seen so far. And as well as I may think I know this stuff, I always learn something new because we have really seen a never-ending stream of some of the most capable, sophisticated, and intelligent professionals in the known universe coming before us. And I know we're all a lot smarter, and our brains are open to new ideas and new possibilities and new realities. We've talked a lot about opportunities, even to correct historic mistakes that have piled up over the last 400 or 500 years of industrial revolution here. But now it's time to roll the sleeves up and get the work done. And so we're going to bring it home with the big steak on our sizzling menu of solar redevelopment programming. And to get us started today and bring one of our two feature issues home and give us the last word on what we broadly define as pollinators, but I think as an old dirt lawyer, I think about it as greenfields. Mr. Joe Belmonte with ECS, he's here to tell us, the work that they're doing kind of above the ground and below the solar panels. And we've seen already, Joe, so far. I know you've been watching, following along. It's a super hot issue, but super important because we really have to do this stuff right, and there's real engineering involved.
For sure. I appreciate it, Dan. I appreciate the opportunity, and let me share my screen here. I've got a few slides and get going. But when you and I were talking and we decided to sponsor this, I appreciate the opportunity. A lot of what I do, I work for Environmental Construction Solutions as a business development manager, and we're a supplier of construction supplies and erosion control and stormwater. So we're kind of in the trenches on this stuff day to day, working with contractors, working with engineers on the specification side. And I took a little gamble and tried to imagine what Robin would say this morning and Mr. Ernst and Dan and some of the other ones this week. And I'm glad I did, because there's been some real good discussions and some real frank talk about challenges on solar farms with regards to vegetative establishment and erosion control, and that's kind of what I'm into every day. So I thought I'd go through a few slides and just talk about a real 10,000 foot view, as the old saying goes, and of some things I've seen over 10 years in this business and on solar farms in North Carolina and now into Virginia. And so what I always start with is I ask the question, what do solar farms and a football field have in common? And Virginia and most of the Mid-Atlantic is in what's called the transition zone. And it's where cool season and warm season grasses both grow. And that's very integral. And so, we've talked a little bit about nurse crops earlier this week, but, we put that into perspective with the Virginia Tech football field. And I know we've probably got some Hokies here today, but that's a Bermuda grass field. So the first home game, you're looking at lush green Bermuda from the summer. But what happens is that Bermuda goes dormant and goes brown. It doesn't die, it goes dormant and brown. And so the turf grass managers there, they plant ryegrass. So when you're at the last home game, you're seeing, lush ryegrass that when you see the green field. So that's incredibly basic, but you would be absolutely amazed at the number of contractors, engineers, municipal folks, erosion control inspectors that really don't grasp that. They've never been taught it. Maybe they're from Virginia and, we've kind of moved to a non-agrarian society, or maybe they're from other parts of the world and they're coming into Virginia and really don't understand that. But it's definitely something to consider, is what do you need to plant at what time of the year, whether it be a reclamation mix or a pollinator mix. And just moving right along as you think of that, let's jump in and talk about soil testing. $26 is a cost of a soil test, and it can go a long way on a huge project. That picture on the left is a project that I was called out to, and that area right there under those panels had been seeded twice and they couldn't get any vegetation. And my first response was, well, let me see your soil test. And there was 5 or 6 people with me and they were all blank stares. And so, that's an integral part in trying to figure things out on a construction site. And, conversely, the site on the right, we took several soil tests and sent to the lab, and we were able to create a per acre rate of things that actually established vegetation the first time. So again, this is pretty basic with regards to vegetative establishment. But what's interesting in Virginia is that the Sediment and Erosion Control Handbook, it actually calls for soil testing on job sites, but then it has this lengthy session in it about, in lieu of a soil test, use X number of pounds of lime and fertilizer. And what happens, unfortunately, on large projects is that these in lieu of numbers become cut and pasted, and they become like the specification. And then you have folks that are trying to bid these large projects, and it just becomes the end all be all, and what ends up planted and what ends up used with fertility. And, when you talk about a construction site where the topsoil has been stripped away, it's simply not enough to sustain vegetation. So the other thing, the flip side of that is that I go out to sites and folks tell me, well, I've got my seed specification and I understand the pH, and they're really in tune to all the soil amendments and things involved with the soil and vegetation and erosion control. And they say, but I can't get grass to grow. And I say, well, let me take a soil test just to be sure. And I've got my little shovel and a soil test probe, if you know what that is. And Dan, I literally look like I'm mining for gold. I go out there and I have to take my little shovel and use it like a pickaxe to break up the soil enough to get a Ziploc bag full of loose dirt for a soil test. And Calvin Ernst talked about that a little bit in compaction, and some other folks did. But, when you're driving over construction soils all day, every day, you're going to compact them, and water and air and nutrients are not going to be allowed to get into the soil to make things grow. So if you can't stick your shovel in the ground a little ways with the weight of your own, foot, you're going to have a real problem growing vegetation. And I put these two pictures on the right here because the last two farms I've been on, our recommendation was really less about fertility and seed and more about the fact that, before permanent seeding, you really need to break up the soil again. And that's a Ventrac on the top with an aerator. Now that's not an aerator like you see in your yard that pulls up plugs when you seed in the fall or the spring. That actually fractures the soil and lets water and air gets down in there. And then the bottom one is a rock hound, and it's kind of like a landscaping rake that's on a skid steer. But why I put these up there is that they can very easily be maneuvered between rows of solar panels if you're going back for permanent seeding after your panels are already up. And that's one of the things that we see a lot that needs to be done. So when you talk more about, vegetation establishment and erosion control, sometimes those things are linked, and you have to understand that the picture on the left is real erosion. Now, I grew up down in Southside Virginia, so for folks, laughing at my accent, that's RILL, real erosion. And typically folks think about it on hillsides, but on large construction projects where you have large flat open, acres and acres of land, even if there's a minimal grade, that can happen pretty rapidly. And so the picture on the right, the soil is in good shape. It's just the soil health is there, and you're not, you're not getting any vegetation. So what's interesting is that, most folks do think the E&S handbook in Virginia is a little antiquated, but the Virginia Department of Transportation, I think it's the Bridges and Roadside book, and they have a great qualified products list. And so if you're coming into Virginia from outside of the state to work or specify stuff on sites, that's a good thing to know, because a lot of local engineers and regional DEQ folks and the like will kind of move away from the E&S handbook sometimes and go to that qualified products list with VDOT and really help with some erosion control issues on site. So, we've talked a lot about pollinators and natives and things like that, and they're absolutely wonderful. I'm really amazed at the DEQ's work with what they've done with the Pollinator Smart program. But I think it's important to note the difference between a pollinator mix and a reclamation mix on a upper scale thing. And reclamation mix, let's just call it an erosion control mix. It's typically born out of the ENS handbook. But native seed mixes they have a lot of challenges growing them in Virginia and in the transition zone. And we've talked to them about them a lot. They take much longer than, say, fescues and clover to establish. Many of the pictures that we see on solar presentations are in the Northeast. If you plant a couple hundred acres of natives on solar farms in Virginia in May, and you're not well versed at what you're doing, or you don't have the right equipment, like Robin alluded to this morning, come August, you're going to have 200 acres of weeds. And that's really, a hard thing to try and work around. And, consider also on top of that, a lot of this boom on, what we're calling the Greenfields is down on the North Carolina border. And, you're talking about somewhere that gets up around 95 around July 1st and stays in the 90s through mid-September with 85 to 90% humidity. So there is a little bit of a resistance to change with a lot of contractors and even with a lot of engineers. Lots of times the pollinators come in, or the native seed folks come in with wonderful pictures from Vermont of, native seeds and pollinator mixes around solar farms. And, up there it's 85 degrees and 80% humidity. I mean, I don't even know if they've got air conditioning up there. So the point there is you really need to understand what's going on in Virginia. And part of that as well is what happens a lot is we talked a little bit about nurse crops, but to extrapolate on that, that's a millet over there on the right picture. And what's happened there is that was planted as a nurse crop, probably at, 10 to 20 pounds an acre. And then, like Robin talked about this morning, not an understanding of reclamation and pollinator mixes, folks come out there and it's just not green enough. So the contractor and the local ENS inspector says, well, throw some more nurse crop out there. And then what happens is that picture is actually too much, and it's going to choke out, whatever else is planted there. So in a year from now, when that dies, you may very well have some serious erosion control problems on there. So I think it's really great what we've done with the Pollinator Smart program. I'm amazed by it. I think the question came up Tuesday about, could you retrofit pollinators into solar sites? I think that's a great idea. Even, planning that to kind of temporary or permanent seed with, your basic erosion control mixes, and then come back with pollinators. I think eventually companies like Amazon or Google that might be in that space in Virginia or other states, they may create a cost share program to retrofit these pollinators into sites they're already involved in as part of their, overall sustainability initiatives. Brownfields, landfills, they're going to be able to use that Pollinator Smart program as a template, whether solar panels are on there or not. I'm speaking about that actually at the SWANA conference coming up this year. And so we worked with a power company recently that wanted to do some pollinator retrofit sites, near some transmission lines. And it's no doubt in talking to them that they had poured over the Pollinator Smart program. And we actually used it as a guide to create those specifications to do what they're looking for. So I think the intrinsic value is really, it's unparalleled in what it could do in Virginia. Like we've talked about, I do think there's some challenges, but the best thing we can do is get out there and get in front of them. A lot of like what, we talked about this morning, get them in the RFPs from the beginning, talk about with them with the engineering community and with the local inspectors, and have an understanding of what it's going to take to create a site with native seeds and pollinators. So it's kind of come on so strong. We could have some, hesitancy with near-term successes, but I think it's just going to be great. I think we're doing the right thing. I think we've got to continue to educate and explain and inspire in, the hopes that we can move from kind of, I guess, pontification to production with these sites. So, when you think about again,
I love the alliteration, Joe.
Yeah, you like that. So, so the salesman in me, tries to take all these challenges and help with solutions. One of my favorite old adages is the the pessimist sees the glass of water half empty. The optimist sees the glass of water half full. The salesman says, let's talk about the benefits of ice cubes. And, so that's what we can do and what we've been doing in trying to get this Pollinator Smart program out there. So, this is kind of an overview of who we are and what we sell, but it's also kind of what you're going to deal with on a day-to-day basis with erosion control and sediment control in Virginia. And you'll note the Chesapeake Valley Seed logo down there in the bottom right. Our company purchased them about 1.5 years ago, and it's really been phenomenal how we've been able to help on solar sites. They're really second to none as far as seedsmen that are actually based in Virginia. And,
that's awesome. Joe, we're out of time, but if we
right.
can, just a couple quick rapid fire questions.
Sure.
For you. Speaking of the Chesapeake Bay, phosphorus is a major pollutant affecting the Chesapeake Bay area. Are there any alternatives to granular fertilizer that can help decrease phosphorus runoff?
There are hundreds of them, and we can help you with that. The challenge, like anything else, is the antiquated Virginia E&S handbook. And that a lot of times even engineers are hesitant to specify new things because so many of the municipalities are scared to deviate from that. Dan, one of the most amazing things I've heard this week was earlier today when Michael was talking about the TAC group, and they may use it to pitch to the state the idea that we need to look at better E&S regulations. But there are loads of different opportunities to other than traditional fertilizers that can give you the phosphorus you need without the runoff.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe. Dynamite presentation.
Yep.
You packed so much into a brief time. Thanks for making it real for us and identifying, not just the pitfalls, but the practicalities of how, we can actually work through some of these issues and proceed down the prospect of a super pollinator habitat on solar powered projects. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Glad to be a part. Thank you so much.
You got it. All right, now let's roll into maybe my favorite part of the whole program as an old real estate, energy, pollution, dirt lawyer. The 300s. We've learned a lot, gentlemen. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time. I think you've all already been introduced, and so we won't spend too much time on introductions because you're here to blow our minds yet again. They're loaded up, and we're so much smarter than we were 2 days ago, 2.5 days ago. But now we're going to focus on what is for our audience our other feature issue, one of the two feature issues, pollinators and real redevelopment. Particularly on these exotic sites, landfills, brownfields, and then in the next session, mine lands. So with that, I will first introduce Mr. Meade Anderson, who I think folks know. He's leading the Brownfield program down there. We've got Paul Curran. He's dialing in. He's with BQ Energy, and he actually inspired me way back in the day when I started to diversify out of oil and gas. It was Paul's early work on solar on landfills that I finally was like, oh my gosh, we can do solar. And then you guys have also met Daniel and Nick from DMME. They're familiar faces to this audience, our repeat Brightfielders who were with us in 2019 at the History Museum in Richmond there, because they helped deliver some of our most highly rated sessions. So welcome back, and you guys have already done so much for the summit, Daniel and Nick. You guys look good. And how do you sound? How's everybody feeling today? Meade?
Yep, ready to go.
Awesome, man. Take it away.
All right, thank you. Just introduction slide. Kelsey, next slide, please. 8 years ago, we really started pushing the reuse of landfills for things like solar, and we were met with skepticism and a little bit of suspicion about were we trying to put these sites back into a program. And the answer is no. We want to see these properties revitalized just like any large brownfields or small brownfield site out there. Next slide, please. So why use these landfills? Well, we've got 600 to 1,000 historic landfills scattered around Virginia, some of which we know about, a lot of which we don't. And most of them are just growing some invasive species these days. Some of them are being used for, shooting ranges or lay down yards for the counties, but they can be so much more. We've got a lot of industrially zoned properties with buildings, large slabs, old lagoons. They're sitting there. They can be something more. And you're going to hear a lot about formerly mined sites a little bit later on. You know, some of these sites really have limited potential reuse, and sometimes it's not related to the contamination at all. It's the fact that it no longer has a good ingress egress. It's challenges with zoning to have it rezoned to other uses. And, you know, historically railroads took equipment in and out, and these days it might go through a residential neighborhood. And it's just not applicable for reuse. So they do have reuse possibly as solar and alternative energy. Next slide. And once again, the policy of Virginia about encouraging remediation, restoring properties, removing barriers, and providing incentives. And we've talked a lot about this today. So next slide. You know, do your due diligence. You know, I can't emphasize this enough. Even for solar projects, you need to do your due diligence, ASTM standard phase 1s, phase 2s, you know, and you need to go a step further on some of these. You need to understand what's out there on the properties. How much cover's on that landfill? Can you drive piles, or do you have to deal with a thin veneer of soil that was scattered over it? And many of these historic landfills, what we call pre-reg landfills, have very limited cover type materials, and they certainly don't have caps. So be aware of what's out there. Make sure we don't have exposed waste, erosional issues, leachate. All these go into just about any brownfield site out there. And these landfills are not that different than other brownfields. Know what you're buying. Know what you're leasing. Next slide. Engage the staff early. Do your due diligence. Use the tools that we have for all of the brownfield sites. Know the regulatory status. Meet with us. Talk to us about it. Take appropriate care. Appropriate care is not allowing large erosional trenches to pop up and, you know, irritate your neighbors. Fix the problems. Get your permits. Get your permits. Get your permits. I can't emphasize that enough, and we've talked about that today. Next slide. You know, I'm going to talk a little bit about the types of landfills, at least how we look at them. And I'm going to start kind of from the bottom or from the middle. Permitted landfills have permits. We need to go through the permitting staff to deal with those. But that's probably the smaller subset. There's construction and demolition debris landfills out there. They are a great place to start with for potential solar. And we've got sites that are out of post-closure. They were permitted landfills. They went through post-closure monitoring. They have requested termination of their permit. And some of those do have UECA restrictions on them. I think that we could work with most UECA restrictions, say that quickly, to get a redevelopment on it. Now for the greater subset out there, what we call pre-regulation landfills, and they're broken up into 3 different categories as I see them. Pre-71, which we really don't know about too many of those, but they are out there. I can think of dozens of them that I'm aware of. Permit by letter, around 1971, we started sending out letters that said, yeah, go dump. Looks like a good spot to us. You know, it didn't have a lot of controls on it. Regulations started coming into place in '88, so many of those closed prior to December 21st, 1988, leaving a nice little Christmas present for us. Some of those did continue as what we call 1205s, unlined facilities that accepted waste for a while longer, and then they had to be closed by December 31st, 2020. So that date's just rolled past. So these are the different type of landfills. If you're bringing one to us, you know, talk to us about it and let's figure out what the regulatory status is, just like any other brownfield site out there, and figure out how to reuse that property for whatever the future use is going to be. Next slide. We were lucky in that some of our early calls for solar were heard by O2 EMC in Bedford, and they developed on some buffer land to Bedford's landfill. Stuck sheep out there, which seemed to be one of the biggest PR things that they could have done, and also demonstrated it was going to offset their sewage treatment plant costs. So that was one of the first to crack the landfill type of solar development in Virginia. And that was a great project. Next slide. some contact information, reach out to us, and I'm going to give it back to Dan to pass it on off. Thank you.
Oh yeah, sure. Hang on, I don't have my video, but thank you. Sorry, Meade, I wasn't ready for that. So smooth with all that substance. Yeah, you're a real pro, man. I've seen you testify before Congress. Thanks for everything that you've done flying the flag to get us this far. Standing on your shoulders, my friend. Many more years of service yet to go. Thank you. Salute you. And now I think we're going to turn to Mr. Curran. Is that correct? Paul? No? Oh, I'm sorry. DMME. I'll see you guys. Hey, 3 days. Yeah, my brain is mush, but I've earned it the right way. So cool. Come on in, Nick.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Dan.
Sure.
I'm going to kick it off for the DMME folks, and then I will pass it to Daniel Kestner after I finish up. So let me go ahead and get started here. All right. For those folks that may not have been on earlier or day one, I'm Nick Polier. I'm with Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy. We have several divisions within DMME, and I am with the Division of Energy. And some folks may be aware, we're going through a restructure, reorganization. So DMME will cease to exist, and we will become the Virginia Division of Energy. And so there'll be some name changes, and folks will be aware of those as DMME announces it. So I like to always start with this slide, just because when folks usually think about DMME, they're usually thinking about mine regulation, mine enforcement, specifically kind of in our mine lands area. But obviously we do a lot of energy resource conservation. And one thing that is prevalent in a lot of what we do, and I know Daniel will talk about it some as well, is economic development is a part of everything we do. So economic, community, and workforce development are all considerations in everything we do, including when we're talking about mine impacted lands and clean energy opportunities on them. So I'd just like to start with that usually, because if you go to our website, that's taken from our purpose statement and it's on there, but it can be difficult to find. So solar opportunities, we have approximately 125,000 acres of mine land in Virginia. Now that includes coal mine lands, and you can see that in the southwest corner where the preponderance of those are. But that also includes mineral mining lands and abandoned mine lands throughout the state. So you've got a pretty good dispersal throughout the state of mine lands. And for us, for DMME, Daniel and myself, we see those as an asset, and it's an asset inventory. And there's opportunities there. Now, not every asset is going to be suitable for renewable energy deployment, but if it isn't suitable for, say, solar or wind, it may be suitable for something else. And Daniel will go a little bit more in detail on this. But in order to go down that trail and determine, what is suitable, it requires due diligence, and it requires due diligence on our part. And it's definitely something that we've developed over the years. When we started, I think Daniel and I set out with the goal of developing a tool that was plug and play, one size fits all. And we quickly figured out that is not the case. That doesn't work, because every developer, utility, landowner, stakeholder, they all have their own set of goals or priorities and site characteristics. So you can't tailor a one size fits all. But over the years, we developed a process, and we've come to the point where it's a first look analysis, for lack of a better term, for those folks that may be interested in looking at opportunities on previously mined lands. Anyone that comes and meets with us and submits a request to have us look at possible opportunities, we're going to help narrow down that 125,000 acres, maybe to something that's a little bit more manageable. It's certainly not going to be an in-depth final analysis, because those folks are going to go do their own due diligence as well. but it's a good place to start. We can help narrow it down based on what is important to the individual requester. And it's also important to note that our data is available to the public. It always has been. We have several locations where you can get this information. We have a mapping website. So you'll see some maps. These maps are available on our website. The data is available through our permitting and our mine resources. So it's nothing that's not available to the public. It's just the way that we are able to pull it in, and Daniel will talk about that. The way we're able to pull it in and analyze it and present it to folks makes it a little more digestible. Some other things why mine land is now, becoming more of an asset. Obviously, folks have heard about the Virginia Clean Economy Act. That shifted the landscape. Once that was signed into effect in less than a year ago in July, that really increased the folks coming to DMME asking, hey, we'd like to sit down and meet with you. We've been doing it for the last 4 or 5 years, but once that happened, it picked up the number of requests we were receiving. And those requests are coming from not only developers, but utilities and even landowners looking at opportunities. So there's been growth there, and that's a good thing. That's what we were hoping for when we began. And just a disclaimer, I'm not going to go real in depth on the solar siting process because Daniel and I are also in the 301 session following this one. And so we're going to go more in depth there on specific siting and what goes into that. I'll touch on it a little bit, and Daniel will too. But another big push was carve-outs. We're now seeing carve-outs, not only by the IOUs, but the Commonwealth of Virginia, specifically calling for development on coal impacted lands, mine impacted lands, and brownfields. So those are huge. Those are good. Those have pushed more requests to us. We have more folks meeting with us, and there's considerations that we generally take into account when we sit down and meet with folks. Terrain is always a limiting factor, specifically in Southwest Virginia. And then you also have to look at the land use type. And this comes into play when we're talking about possible development on permitted sites. So if a site's permitted and reclamation is going to take place, what has to happen after mining is completed? Do you have to restore it to original contour? Can you leave it flat? Is it forested? Is it agriculture land? So those are things that must be taken into account. And our hope that is working with the interested stakeholders, we might be able to help affect that reclamation outlook and change the end use. There's a waiver process that's available where we might be able to make it favorable, not only to the permit operator, but also the folks looking to develop. Other considerations, grid proximity is always going to be a factor. And then local perceptions, although it's more of a problem in Northern Virginia, Central Virginia, we see it some down here, and then locality. So each locality, depending on their experience, may have more experience working with solar or renewable energy. So those are some considerations that we look at. Again, we'll talk about it more in depth in the 301 session. I quickly want to touch on this, kind of what got us to the point, what shifted the landscape, and there was some legislative, executive actions. We started way back in 2014 with the Virginia Energy Plan. That was the first released by then Governor McAuliffe that set forth clean energy targets, and that got the ball rolling. That's about the time where DMME began looking at our mine lands and how can we help foster development on them. EO 43 was released in 2019. That brought us to the goal for 100% carbon free. And we've talked ad nauseum about the Virginia Clean Economy Act. And those are some of the things that you see there on the slide that were touched on. The Brownfields Fund and Program, which was passed in this last legislative session, that's a big one. There's big opportunities there. It calls for DMME. We're going to develop a guidebook. Obviously, this will be in concert with some other folks, but develop a guidebook for renewable energy and energy storage development on brownfields and previously mined lands. So we have to develop and publish that, but it also establishes a brownfields program or a fund. And there's some funding that's going to be available as an incentive to do this. Other legislative actions, we had wins in terms of establishing PPA capacities, net metering capacity, and shared solar bills. So all those helped push along further the development of solar in the Commonwealth. And then we have some of our programs that also we use in concert with looking at the opportunities for solar deployment. Our abandoned mine land and abandoned mine land pilot program funding opportunities. Those are available to folks that want to look at doing innovative reclamation, innovative projects on abandoned mine lands. And then our Soul Smart, CPACE, we have our solar enhanced energy performance contracting, all have solar components to them. And I do want to mention the Virginia Soul Tax tool that's out there for localities to look at a revenue model in terms of what revenue options might be available based on the tax strategy they decide to follow. And that's a joint project with the University of Virginia Weldon Cooper Center. So get a little bit into where we are now. So as I mentioned, we're at a point where we're seeing quite a few requests for DMME to do this site analysis. And I want to emphasize that it's an interactive process. So as I said, it's not a one size fit all. We're going to sit down with the interested stakeholder and try and get a feel for what are you looking for in your sites? What are your must-haves? What's not as important? Is there a certain territory, service territory you're looking for? Is there a region in Virginia that would be ideal? So we work through those in the initial meetings in order to build this initial analysis. And it's important that site, as I mentioned, site characteristics vary by the requester. Some folks want to come to us and say, hey, we'd like to see what is available from 2 megawatts up to 10 megawatts. Or 2 to 5 megawatts. We don't want to go real big. We'd like to stay small, and we'd like that to be in Dominion service territory. Other folks, we've gotten requests for 100 megawatts in anywhere in Virginia that's good, 100 megawatts. So it's going to vary. And again, the important part is that you have clearly defined priorities and goals, and that you communicate them so that we can give you the best product. And we do, as I mentioned, we have additional site that's usually beneficial to folks in terms of what status the site is in. Is it producing? Is it not producing? What is the permit status? Is it partially reclaimed, fully reclaimed? What does it look like on site if it's being reclaimed? Is it primarily flat? Has earth been moved and there's some contour? We also will have through our permitting database operation type. So is it a coal loadout, coal processing facility? Is it underground, surface, and the status of that operation as well. And then sometimes this is what most folks are interested in is ownership information. And sometimes we have that data if it's available in the permit. Other times, these sites can change hands multiple times. So we may not have the most current owner, and there requires some due diligence on the requester's part. You may have to go to the county to find that if we don't have it, but we will have the operator information, and we're able to give you a good start. And in addition to that, we're on site. So our inspectors, Daniel, myself, we've been on site in these locations. If someone submits a request and there's a good possibility, we're going to go on site. We may already have pictures. We may have flown the drone to do a survey of it. So we have a lot of resources in addition to the site analysis that's available to a person interested in requesting. And those are usually follow-up meetings after we present the sites and they want to dig a little bit deeper. So I'm sure people are sick of listening to me talk. So this is my contact info. I am based out of Big Stone Gap. I manage a couple of different programs. So I go all over the state, but I am out of the Big Stone Gap office. And if anyone has questions about this or anything else, feel free to send me an email, give me a call. And I'd be happy to sit down and have a talk with you. And I'll stop sharing there. And Daniel's going to follow me, and he's going to give you a little bit more detail, the good stuff. So I'll turn it over to you, Daniel, and it's all yours.
Just find that mute button, pal. Can't hear you though. Got to hit the mute on the Zoom button. There you go. Magic button. Take it away.
All these computer problems, right? So I'm going to share my screen. You see me okay, Dan?
Yep, looks good. Sounds good. You're not in presentation mode, so we can see the power. There you go. Step ahead of me there.
All right.
Perfect.
So I'm Daniel Kestner. I'm the Innovative Reclamation Program Manager for DMME, stationed in Southwest Virginia. I'm going to talk about the other lands, mine lands, like Nick mentioned. I know it's late in the day, day 3. The sun's getting low, but let's hang in there. We're going to go through some information real quick. And we'll talk a little bit about the Innovative Reclamation Program. It's a new program at DMME. Most folks probably haven't heard of it yet. As Nick mentioned, the reorganization, the things are going on there. In particular in Southwest Virginia, we look at mine lands across the state, but in the coal fields is really more of a focus, obviously. And looking at mine land as an asset, that's one thing we do, kind of perceived negative as a positive, and try to look at reuse and repurposing of mine lands, and with an emphasis on economic and community benefits. Beneficial uses of these sites with an obvious focus on energy, solar being the main one at this time. But really, it can include multiple things. It could be maybe, a mine-based pump storage system, or a battery storage system, and even wind where it's feasible. There's some possibilities there. I think Will Payne mentioned Project Oasis and looking at the use of underground mine pools for HVAC systems, for energy efficiency, for data centers. So, looking at innovative approaches to reuse and repurposing of mine land is really what the program is about. And we want to look at that, the post-mining land uses, and really the post-mining economy of the coal field, thinking about just transition, economic justice and transition of a traditionally, energy producing region, and what can we do to help with that. Majority of the permits, we'll get into that a little bit about a coal mine permit, have a designated land use of hayland or pasture, and the other major land use is unmanaged forest. So throughout the process, the permitting process, they would have to designate that land use. That's one of the ways in which a permit is released when it achieves that post-mining land use. So looking at options for currently permitted sites to see if there's other opportunities there. And we want to look at solar. I think Will mentioned this too, as a driver for investment in the region. And as an attractor for investment or reinvestment or development, on other mine lands to help diversify the post-mining economy. There's a slide Nick shared, and it's distribution of mine land throughout Virginia. The Southwest Virginia portion is obviously coal mines, we're working on a fuller inventory of non-coal mineral mine sites throughout the state. So that'll be something that we're working on the next year, and hopefully that'll help a lot of people target some of those sites as well. But one definition I like to use of repurposing is repurposing is the process by which an object with one use value is transformed or redeployed as an object with an alternative use value. And really, that's what we're trying to do with a lot of these mine lands. And it makes a lot of sense to repurpose and reinvent coal mines into solar sites rather than looking at prime farmland. And we talked about this as over the last few days. And these coal mines are typically away from a lot of from people. They're out of sight to the public. The view shed stays clear, and they obviously check the box on the NIMBY not in my backyard issue. So they're good reuse of a coal mine would be a solar facility. And this is one of my favorite photos of a reclaimed coal mine permit in Southwest Virginia. And this one was had a post-mine land use of hayland, pasture land. They cut hay on this one. It's very productive, but it's a good example of coal mine reclamation in Southwest Virginia. The good work that's been done. We'll continue that because I'm going to, up to this point, Dan's done a fantastic job keeping it clean. But I hate to do this. I might say a dirty word, Dan, and that's coal. Because I think it's important that we look back a little bit to see forward. Coal mining started in Virginia in the late 1800s in Southwest Virginia, most of the underground coal operations. In the 50s, mining practices evolved. You started seeing larger equipment where they could begin doing more large-scale surface mining, and it started ramping up. And Virginia is one of the state first programs that had a state program for coal mine reclamation in '66. And then it's in the 70s and 77, it's a key date for a lot of our programs, for the abandoned mine land program in particular. That boom of environmental regs that were passed and those laws were passed, and this is where SMACA came along, Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act. And then in '81, Virginia took primacy over that federal program. Requirements for reclamation and everything have changed over time. But one thing I wanted to point out in particular about this timeline is 1990. And that was Virginia's peak coal production. So in 1990, about 30 million tons were mined. And then over the past several years, coal production has been less than half of that, 12 to 13 million tons. And that most of that's, metallurgical coal. So the downturn in Virginia's coal economy has been happening, over time. It's been some time and it's continuing to happen. And that likely will accelerate with the Clean Economy Acts and things that are going on. So really, that downturn in the coal economy and those coal jobs shouldn't be looked at in the same way as like a large manufacturing plant. It's happened over, over a period of time and not all at once. So again, here's what we're looking at. We've been looking statewide, but we really focused in and started on the Virginia Appalachian coal field. As Nick mentioned, we know there's a lot of challenges, the terrain, topography, there's mixed utility service areas, a lack of some utility infrastructure data. However, DMME, we know the mines, we have the history, we have all kinds of data from regulatory past, and we're willing to help. And that's the main thing. There's approximately 100,000 acres of coal impacted lands in Southwest Virginia. As current permits, there's about 70,000 acres there, released or former permits, and then pre-law surface mine. And I just kind of lump it all together and say it's mined land. But there's different reclamation requirements and things that took place on most of these sites. Of the 70,000 acres that are currently permitted, many thousands of acres are headed towards release. So they're getting towards the end of the permit life, and mining has ceased a lot of places, and they're finishing up reclamation. So there'll be thousands of acres that will go to that release status. And I wanted to include a couple of pictures here. This is a photo of a permit during reclamation process, early reclamation process, and moving material, moving dirt. Coal mining, surface coal mining is a large earth moving construction project, if you want to look at it that way. About 60% of the cost of reclamation on most of these sites is regrading. That's moving dirt. Because Nick mentioned that approximate original contour, trying to get it back to that original contour requires a lot of earth movement to do that. This is the site close by. You know, there's some contemporaneous reclamation that takes place. As one part of the mine is active and moves on, reclamation is taking place behind it. So it's contemporaneous in that way. And this is a more recent reclamation of a large surface mine. You know, in the next session, we'll talk more utility scale. So it's a little bit of a teaser. But, you know, one question I want to ask and kind of put it out there and to think about is, how could regrading be changed on an active mine to facilitate a post-mining land use for solar energy development? And if you notice in the picture, there's some transmission lines across this old coal mine. And this is another good picture of a reclaimed surface mine. You can see down in the Highland Valley where there could be some potential for solar. A lot of sun in that photo. That's why I included that. And I really won't go much through this process. I know I want to save some time for Paul and hear his comments. You know, looking at how we help customers, you know, go through and evaluate sites, and you know, we're always willing to do that. We've had Nick and I together, I don't know how many different developers and landowners and whoever we've talked to, are always willing to help out. And a good first step, I think, for a lot of them when they start looking at mines is to give us a call. We're willing to help. You know, we've utilized a lot of our mapping services in the past, our enterprise geographic information system. You know, we have a lot of data on a lot of these sites. You know, sometimes, you know, I hate to say we know how the soft all these mine sites, but it's really important to look at some of the details if you're looking at specific sites, and we're definitely willing to help and conduct that, you know, that initial analysis or first pass analysis. And this is some quick examples, Dan. We've made some different elevation models. This is from older data. I hate to go through them quickly, but I wanted to show them. And the kind of a newer approach to the analysis process is using LiDAR, high resolution data to get some really down the weeds, the details on the sites and how we do that. And this is our site, you know, our online GIS site where we have a lot of data and can share a lot of information that's open, available to the public. And I want to just make sure that was available in the slide deck. With that, I'll turn it over.
Awesome. Thanks, Daniel. Terrific presentation. Hey, Paul, still with us? You look good.
Thank you. Just got
Thanks, Jack. Oh, good. Yeah, it looks. Yeah, I didn't notice, but you're always looking stellar, including when you joined us in 2019 down in Virginia, and we really put you to work. I think you did 3 sessions, but such is your vast experience and expertise in this emerging field. This time you've joined us already, but to reintroduce Paul, he's the founder of BQ Energy, and they've been doing this, I think, as long as anybody else in the known universe. So without further ado, for those who don't know, one of the founding fathers of this Brightfield redevelopment movement, Mr. Paul Curran.
Thank you so much, Dan. So we're at the 300 level of this program, and the 300 level means that you've been, you passed your exams on 100 and 200. My job is to kind of go from there into, okay, you can do this. Everybody that's in this session, and there's about 90 of you out there, is really here for one reason, and it's kind of like, what's in it for you? How do you go about applying this to something real? And it's my job to kind of give you a little bit idea of that. I'll tell you kind of, first off, you can do this, and there's some resources, 2 of which have been just incredibly well presented to you just now. I'll show you how we go about doing this, and then some current examples of what other people are thinking about it and so forth. I should start with the last half an hour or so, which is you've had the environmental regulators of the state of Virginia sit here and tell you that they would like you to do this, and that's an enormous help. They're current, they understand what the challenges are, and then you've had one of the biggest land resources anywhere in the country, but certainly the biggest one for the state of Virginia. Again, speak expertly on what you're going to need to kind of move these sort of opportunities into real live opportunity projects. Job of a developer is to say, okay, here's an idea. How do I get this into being a real live site, a real live thing? Dan, am I supposed to share my screen, or is there somebody there that's going to pop up slides with us?
I believe Kelsey is standing by at your direction. And
Yep. Give me just 1 second to share my screen.
Great.
speak of our superstar, and she shall appear. Even COVID can't keep her down.
Great. Super. So you can click that one and go to slide 2 if you would. Thank you very much. And so what we're going to give is a little bit of examples of, how do we go about doing this? So I'll show you a little bit of, some existing projects that, might, spark an idea in your head. And then I'm going to focus on a couple of projects individually. And again, this is the 300 level class. So I'm going to talk a little bit more in specific, not about equipment. I'm not going to talk about solar panels or anything. If you have questions, please do ask them. But more about the development process of what do you have to look for? What do you have to go through to get to a successful project, which is an operating project at the end. So Kelsey, if you could hit the next one. So this is the obligatory commercial about us. We are a relatively small development shop. We focus only on brownfields and landfills. And brownfields and landfills is a little bit broad. Obviously, we've worked with Nick and Dan quite a bit in terms of mine land, those types of things. We've worked on military bases that have been closed and so forth. So, brownfields and landfills are a little bit broad. Somebody just put in the chat room a couple of minutes ago about green banks. Somewhere about 3/4 of the way down the page here, we've had funding for both project level debt and also corporate level debt from the New York State Green Bank. And so we can talk about that a little bit more as we go through as well. I'm going to go to the next chart, which is a little bit interesting. This is an out-of-date map, actually. But the brighter people in the room would notice that there's some dots in Virginia and West Virginia. And those weren't there a couple years ago. And those dots are growing. There's lots of dots. We're not allowed to talk about all of them because they're corporate in nature. But thanks to the session 2 years ago, this is taking root and taking hold. There's a lot of projects in development. These are real projects, and they're with real people that, Fortune 500 companies. And the message is getting out quite clearly and so forth. Yesterday, while I wasn't in this session, was speaking with a city in Texas, a very large one, that is looking for the 101 class. How do we go about doing this type of thing? I think it's an important message of using brownfields, landfills for this type of use. It's a good idea. I've said many times, and I've not been corrected. We've worked on many dozens of projects of this nature. I have never had somebody call me up after we built one and come back and said, this was a lot worse than you said. Generally speaking, solar is a good neighbor. It doesn't play loud music in the middle of the night. It's awfully quiet. There's very little traffic going in and afterwards. And it's a heck of a lot better than the dump that existed there beforehand. Many of the sites that Dan just presented were very picturesque. They were pretty. They were looking, really nice and so forth. But they are abandoned mines that have just kind of grown over and so forth, and they need a new purpose. They've got humongous power lines that can take energy out. The world needs electricity as we start getting into more and more, electric cars and other uses like that. The world's going to need more electricity. So these are excellent uses for these types of properties, and I strongly encourage you, if you're in this session, you're in there for a reason. You're on the right path, and I hope you get to the next step as well. Next one, Kelsey. So here's the couple of charts that will be projects that we've done, not so much to brag necessarily, but to show you, okay, this isn't that difficult. Here's the project not too far from you in Annapolis, Maryland. It started up about 2-3 years ago. It's 18 megawatts, which is still, I believe, the largest operating solar farm on a landfill in the US. There's several more that we're working on now that will surpass it very soon. A couple of really cool ones I'm going to highlight at the end of this. But this went through, it took a couple of years to get through development. Most of that was simply getting through the discomfort factor on the part of people that were going to sign up for a long-term power purchase agreement. Solar economically is a large capital infusion, very low operating costs, no fuel cost. And so what you're trying to do from an economic perspective, the deal is to amortize that capital cost over as long a period of time as you can. the way we do that is we sell electricity under very long contracts. So we're looking to do that with counterparties that we know are going to be there for a very long time. I know we're going to talk about PPAs later on, but basically we're looking for people like a university, a hospital, a government entity that we know is going to be there for a very long period of time. So we can sign a 25-year power purchase agreement to sell the electricity. We did that in the case of Annapolis to the school district, the city of Annapolis, and the county, and basically said, we're going to sell that electricity for a long time. That allows us to basically amortize the capital cost over 25 years and allows them to get a better price, which is competitive with the cost of electricity they could pay elsewhere. Very important for early adopters. They're benefiting now from a little bit lower cost electricity. They'll benefit in the future even more because that power price will get even more attractive because it's a fixed price over time. So this is a project that's been operating for a couple of years. It's, again, on a landfill, a very large landfill, and has been a really successful project. The next one's about 5 or 6 kind of quick hitters, if you do that, Kelsey. This is just projects that we happen to own. BQ owns some projects. We finance projects with other people. So these are ones that happen to be 5 or 6 that we do own. Various sizes. Most of them are in New York or Connecticut. Easy for us to get to. The one in Esopus, in Esopus, New York, we're actually going to be expanding that. It's going to be about 4 times the size of that in a year from now. The one on the bottom, which is obviously a construction picture in Mount Kisco, New York, it's just north of New York City. The reason I put that in there, it is operating now, it started a couple months ago, is that it's a solar plus storage. So 2 things there that are different. Number one, a trend around the country is to sell power to individual homes. If I went through the list of the top 4 or 5 projects up there, most of those have sold their power to a school or a university or somebody like that. In Mount Kisco, we really did door-to-door power sales, and that's the movement around the country now, community power. If you would like to use green power in your home, you basically buy a subscription, like a CSA, into a facility like in Mount Kisco. Frankly, when this movement started, I was scared to death. The idea of, we all get those annoying phone calls from people, wouldn't you like to buy cheaper power, et cetera, et cetera. When we started this process, I thought this is not going to work. We sold out in a month. It was incredibly fast. People like this idea, and it works very, very well. The other thing about this project, which is going to be incredibly important over the coming years, it's got some little storage attribute to it. So we've got some Tesla batteries, a few megawatt hours of capacity. We realize that if we're going to be able to do that on larger scale projects, such as we're going to do in Virginia, we have to own and understand the battery storage business a lot better. So we incorporated that into a project that we own. It took some, bruises and cuts to make sure that we did it right. But it's a comfortable thing now for us, and it's something that you're going to see an awful lot more of energy storage as we go along. The next one, Kelsey. So this is kind of how we go about doing our business, and we use a 5-step process, and it's relatively standardized in project management. There's nothing unique to us. But basically, we start with phase 1, which is the yellow stuff on the left, the evaluation phase. And we go all the way to phase 5, which is the blue stuff on the right, which is operations. The red line kind of cutting through there says we expect projects to not be successful occasionally. So we'll have a lot of bright ideas come in the door. Somebody will call us up and say, hey, I've got this, nifty brownfield over here, and wouldn't it be great? And sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. So the red line drops over time in terms of the number of projects. The goal is to have them drop early. So we do an evaluation process. We're looking for interconnection. That's what IX stands for, in the evaluation phase. And we do a permitting analysis, basically look at everything that could go wrong in the evaluation phase, and then start defining things a lot better as we go through, the selection phase and the development phase and so forth. We're doing contracts in selection and development. We're doing financing during that period, and we're getting ready to make sure everything is done right. One typographical error, I was debating the other day as to whether or not the selection phase was going to, on the low end, was either 3 or 6 months. Unfortunately, I put down 3 and 6 months, looking like 36. So it's not 36 months on the bottom. It's either 3 or 6 months, leading to 18 months on the long end. But as we go through, you'll see that we're winding up with construction in phase 4. And that typically takes about 6 months. And construction of a solar farm is generally a lot simpler than construction of most other assets. It's a lot easier than running a mine or those types of things. What I'm going to do is touch next on a couple of projects that are in phase 4, phase 3, phase 4, kind of getting into late development and construction. And then I'm going to go into a couple of projects that are in phase 2, still in the early stage development, just so you get an idea of what are we doing and how do we go about doing that. So the next one is about to start construction as soon as the snow and the ice goes away from upstate New York. This is West Valley, New York. Not your classical brownfield. It used to be a nuclear fuels reprocessing center. It was started up in the 70s, and once you start up a nuclear fuels reprocessing center, even though you shut it down, it's going to be there forever. It is not the kind of place where people should be living. It's perfectly safe, but nobody wants to live next to a nuclear fuels reprocessing center for sure. They have a lot of land in their backyard, buffer land, and I heard Meade just talking about buffer land on one of their projects. And that's what this is really is. The other thing that's true about a nuclear fuels reprocessing center, which is true of a lot of our brownfield projects, is that it used a lot of electricity. So when you're using a lot of electricity and then you stop, very rarely does the utility come in and take out the power line. So when we came into this site and we were called about it, you know, the owners of the site said to us that, you know, you can use the land, you can use anything that's there, but we're not paying any money for you to do that. So we have a lease from the owner of the site. We went through the whole process of a relatively straightforward process of development. There is no pollution on this brownfield. There's simply a bad neighbor, if you will, and that's pretty common. One of the wind farms that we built early on was next to the oil refinery, and it was there because it's buffer land that the refinery needed to have. Similarly here, this is buffer land, and it's a perfectly good use for it. We were able to tie into the power lines, and it made an awful lot of sense. As I say, we're ready for construction on this. It'll be built probably within the next 6 months. Upstate New York, a lot of good cooperation with the utility. We built several projects in National Grid service territory. We're all learning. And when you work with a utility on the second or third time, the process gets a lot easier. So Dominion is really, you know, up the learning curve now, and it's great to see them participating in this, you know, whole conference as we're going through. But the next one is actually a question that came up the other day from Laura at the EPA. The Newport, Rhode Island, this is a Navy base, a very large and maybe the oldest Navy base in the U.S. They used to use an awful lot of fuel oil. They had fuel oil storage tanks. They stopped doing that over time, but the fuel oil storage tanks were still there. They eventually took them down, and they had basically excess land that had some pollution. They also had a landfill. The left-hand side of this slide is actually a landfill property right on Narragansett Bay. The right-hand side is one of the former fuel oil storage tanks, and there's 2 of them. This land has been sitting empty since the 1980s. It's very common for us to see that kind of a history where people took down whatever they were doing a long time ago. Again, there are power lines right to the sites where they used to use pumps, and took an awful lot of time to get through permitting in this case because there's several different jurisdictions. The Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, RIDEM, and the EPA both have stakes in this. Not unusual for a brownfield site that you'll wind up with sort of split jurisdictions where the EPA is concerned about some aspects, perhaps a Superfund site. The state might be concerned about other aspects. And you just need to set up a good cooperative relationship to do that. This has worked very, very well. We expect to start construction later this year, and it'll be into operation in 2021. I'm going to go to 2 new projects, and just to kind of set the stage for how do you start one of these. And you'll hear me talk a lot about, you know, we love all our projects. They're all great. This is one that I've just fallen in love with. And this is the Sunnyside Energy project in Houston, Texas. I've been to Houston a million times. I used to work in the oil industry before I started at BQ Energy. This project is 5 miles from City Hall in Houston, and it's 300 acres of landfill. It has no reason to exist, and it's amazing that it's existed this long. I hope that we can talk a little bit with Meade as we wrap this up, if I don't take the whole time, about this is a pre-regulation landfill. It was closed in the 70s. And it's important to kind of consider, how do you go about doing those types of properties and so forth. The city is on board with this. It's a landfill which has got tremendous number of trees grown all over it. And from a permitting point of view, it's going to take a tremendous amount of cooperation as we go through. The city of Houston, I would have thought when I went down there to start this project off, would be kind of the last place you'd expect to see somebody saying we want as big a solar project as we can get. But the city of Houston is all in on this, and it's amazing to see, and it's great to see. If you didn't think that Houston would be the last place to do one of these, the next slide is probably the last place you would have expected. Columbus, Ohio would be proud if you called them the coal capital of the world a decade ago. Columbus, Ohio passed a resolution in election day 4 or 5 months ago that they will go 100% renewables next year. And they've signed contracts to get it done. And they've signed a contract through AEP, the local utility, basically to convert an old landfill into a solar farm. Again, about 50 megawatts. This project has been going as smoothly as anything I've ever worked on because people want it to happen. American Electric Power, the city of Columbus, and everybody else is moving, tremendously quickly. It's been a very smooth process. It's a great landfill that was closed in the 1990s, and we're looking forward to having it run next year in the city of Columbus. I've been talking for a long time, and I want to leave room for questions if we can. So I'm going to stop there and open it up. Dan, however you'd like to do that.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I was riveted. Just terrific stuff. And you speak to it so well. We do have just a few minutes just for everybody else. If you don't want to dive in just for a few bonus questions, stand up because we're coming right back at the top of the hour for 3:01. But Meade, maybe if you're there, it's something else that I hear too, these pre-closure landfills. It's pops up in different states in unique ways, like Minnesota has its own landfill situation they're trying to work through. And of course we can't, just because we're going out to an old landfill doesn't mean that we can solve all of its problems on a, what is really just a long-term interim project on some of these, do not disturb land caps. Mr. Anderson, come back in and maybe you and Paul can toggle back and forth on that. If we've got him, because Meade sometimes dials in from a secure location with questionable Wi-Fi.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Dan?
Go ahead, Paul.
So yeah, let me frame the question for you, Meade. We've hit a couple of landfills that are sort of pre-regulation, and we hit brownfields all the time that are not as cleaned up as much as the DEQ or EPA would like them and so forth. And there's an assumption that, okay, well, the solar farm is going to get built there. It can bring the landfill up to current standards. And the solar farm does not have the budget to do that. So the question really to you is, how do you kind of perceive that conundrum? If a landfill is not up to 1996 standards or 2021 standards, how do you view a project which is going to put a solar farm on top of it and not change the current status of the landfill or brownfield?
Yeah, we discussed this recently internally, and I don't think that we can require somebody to bring a landfill up to standards. The permit's expired, it's historic, it's out of our program. So if there's still an active permit on that landfill, there are some concerns there, but that is going to be capped. So these pre-regulation landfills, I don't really see it as technically possible. So. With that said, we do need to have good cover on it, no erosional trenches, but all of that.
Correct.
Well, that was easy. See, Mr. Anderson, Commonwealth of Virginia, just making things easier than we might think. And that is really, I think, a repeatable theme for the whole Renaissance. And Paul, you can probably attest to that. I've heard some other people mention it. Once you dive into the Brownfield box of chocolates and start taking a few bites, it does get easier. The acronyms.
It does get easier. And I see a question from Carrie in the chat room here from Carrie Hearne about financing on these, and that's really a tremendous success story. Is 5 years ago, if we went into a bank and said that we want to finance a solar project number one, it would be, oh gosh, not one of those. Nowadays, frankly, we're getting calls from banks, and it's really rather common. The trends of community solar and brownfields do not scare banks or financial institutions any longer. And I see a question about green banks, which is really cool. New York State has had a green bank, which is really an institution that's intended to facilitate, kind of sow the seed so that, commercial banks can kind of maybe co-lend or be a partner in it, make some funds available to just basically, start the pot. And those are really, in New York, it's been tremendously useful. We've had some projects where, the Green Bank gave us construction loans, and that worked out okay. We've had others where the off-taker was a religious organization that's been in existence for a long time but didn't publish financials. So commercial banks were leery about that. And then we've had some that were simply, we're going to be using a new technology, a new brand of solar panels or something else, which, was not particularly scary, but it did make a big difference. So I think the Green Bank story, which is coming nationwide, all of us in the solar industry just noticed that, the new Secretary of Energy, Senator Granholm, has appointed Jigar Shah, who's perhaps the most famous person in the solar industry. He's now in charge of the lending program within the DOE. And I think that's a real sign that the Green Bank movement is likely to go national.
I can only hope so, and maybe a national infrastructure bank too. That's part of my dream. And hashtag Biden structure. Let's hope this time one of these infrastructure weeks is actually going to pay off. A little bit of federal policy tailwind would be huge right now, particularly in Virginia where they're already leaning in. Paul, thank you so much for your time and blazing the trail so brightly these last couple decades, being early in this work, your support of Virginia, and your support of this event, Terawatt sponsor BQ Energy. Any final word here in the last 30 seconds we have?
Future is bright, Dan.
The future's as bright as we're building it, and thanks for getting the construction started, my man. Really just kudos as a carbon-based life form. Thank you. And Paul, Meade, Nick, and Daniel can be coming back to Paul. I know you're super busy, but you're free to join the expert exchange that's happening at the end of the day. You can just use your same login credentials. Come back. You might have some additional questions for Paul. I know we couldn't get to it in the hour. We really like to slow this down in person. We will again in 2022 and chew at this 300s level again. So thanks again, Paul, and the entire BQ team. And I want to roll right now in the 2 o'clock hour with 301. We're actually just going to keep Daniel and Nick, but I want to introduce some new people. We've got some developers coming in from Savion Energy, Mr. Rod Northway, of course, our featured speaker, and his colleague Erich. But we're going to start with Mr. Adam Thompson from Dominion. Dominion, again, another terawatt level sponsor. They're fully behind solar at this point, and I'm looking for Adam. Yeah, there he is. I see his box. Bear with me one second. Hey, Adam, can you hear me? And how's your video? There he is. Can't hear you quite yet, but you're not muted.
You hear me now?
Crystal clear. Mr. Thompson.
Okay, perfect.
Good afternoon.
How's it going?
Good, man. I'm still going. You guys have got me charged up. I mean, 3
Good.
days, I can't get enough. And all the detail last session's got me ready for you guys. But I know you're going to help us kind of cleanse the palate on utility scale. We've talked a lot about it, but we haven't really slowed down and just gone through the four corners of what is utility scale and how is Dominion thinking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Get this started here. I'm going to keep it really high level for the group and then hand it off to really the experts in this field for some more detail and really just touch on kind of Dominion Energy's stance and some of the background of really what's been the last 2 years where we've really ramped up our development efforts for renewable energy generally in the state of Virginia, on kind of the heels of what was a landmark piece of legislation last year with the Virginia Clean Economy Act. That piece of legislation, which I'll touch on now, really set the stage.
We lost Adam. I had a bad feeling that was going to happen. We'll try to get Adam back. And I apologize. We've made it this far without any major technical difficulties. So we'll give him a minute to rejoin. And let me reset. So while I have this opportunity, actually, because I'd be remiss without some more housekeeping, I keep forgetting. So if you haven't filled out your official Solar Summit profile yet, you can do that. Links all over the place. It's just a Google form. You can go in there, create a profile for yourself with your personal professional contact information. You can drop like your LinkedIn profile in there, or you can create one for your company. And maybe you have a side hustle nonprofit too. Who knows? Get it out there. We'll include it in the knowledge binder and share it for everybody else. And you might have, some of you have already noticed the change in my sign back there. It looks reversed in my view. But we do have official Virginia Solar Summit t-shirts that are on the way and merch. And we're going to be awarding questions after the summit. So those of you who have been asking questions so far, we're going to select some of you for free t-shirts next time and tickets. So stay tuned, and you have more opportunity to ask questions after this session in our big grand finale Q&A wrap, which will conclude after 3:01 if we can get Adam back. And at this point, it might be like a dead battery or blown up hard drive.
Hey, Dan, you want to flip the script and give Adam a little time and bring on one of our other speakers?
I was going to tear it up. Yep. Thanks, Vince. I was hoping that you were him, but.
No, I was just coming in for a little filler since you were, waiting.
No, I appreciate it. And there's Carrie. Oh, no, it's okay. Bye, Carrie. Yeah, I really wanted to wait for Adam just because he's got such a great kind of just ABCs of all this, but I see, oh, maybe not. Cool, we got a lot of time. So let me bring in Daniel and Nick to save us. You guys want to build onto your last presentation. If you can, we'll just move you up. They were standing by on deck, and they're super pros, as you guys know. And no pressure on you guys. You were stars last time, and you did well in the last session. But let's just turn you loose and pick up where you left off.
All right. You want me to go, Daniel, and then go through mine and then send it to you?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Go ahead, man.
Okay. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Again, just finished a little bit ago, so you're going to unfortunately have to listen to me again. See if I can get this going. All right. So we're getting close here, almost done. And if you were with us there in the 300 session, so just going to build a little bit more detail and a little bit more background into what specifically DMME is doing for utility scale solar on mine impacted lands. Won't bore you guys again, but there's always, it's not just resource and energy conservation, but it's also economic community development as well that touches on everything that we do. And specifically in some of these mining communities, you're talking about energy equity and just transition, as well as a host of environmental justice issues. So we went over this slide just a little bit ago in the previous session, but this is the starting point when folks come to us. It can be overwhelming because you're talking about a whole lot of acreage, and that's typically where we start with folks. when they sit down or they reach out to us is like, hey, their main concern is we're just looking for a place to start. Help us go from 125,000 acres to maybe 20 sites in a specific area that we might be able to start with, instead of looking at the entire state of Virginia. And sometimes it's in, reaction to an RFP that's been issued. Dominion and AEP both have RFPs out there. We've had folks reach out to us because they're interested in responding to those. So they ask us to kind of help them just get started. We talked a little bit earlier in the day about the Cumberland Forest property that the Nature Conservancy purchased and the work they're doing to deploy solar on that. That's a pretty large tract of land. So they're looking at solar as well. They have some different considerations because they want most of that land to remain in its forested state. But they reached out to us after they purchased that property and asked us to do a site analysis and just see if it was even possible anywhere on that tract of land, which runs into Tennessee and Kentucky as well. But they asked us to look at that and see if utility scale solar was a possibility on that Cumberland Forest property. And so we did just the very initial analysis on that. And since that time, they've actually issued an RFP, and I think they're getting close to announcing who won that bid and what's going to be happening on that property. So it was good to be involved in that. It was a real world problem, and it kind of helped us with our process. And it's in our backyard in terms of being in Southwest Virginia, where Daniel and I are located. So we'll get to see the fruits of those labors firsthand. So this slide kind of touches on where we came from. When we first started this, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, we really first approached the problem of, we realized that DMME had valuable data and valuable resources that folks outside of DMME were asking to have access to, or asking us to help them interpret. And so that included solar developers, landowners, key stakeholders, even the utilities. We spent a lot of time sitting down with the utilities and just to try and get a better idea of what was most valuable for them in a utility scale solar site. And so, as I mentioned, we realized pretty early, just because folks kept coming to us to try and have us help them with access to our data. So we realized we had some valuable information. We also knew that although the mapping, we have our mapping website and our mapping division, and a lot of that's available online, those capabilities are still very valuable. And some folks don't know how to manipulate the data, or don't have the experience doing it. And that's a key resource. So our goal was to use those tools and resources available to us from our Division of Mine Land Reclamation, in terms of the permitting data that folks must file when they're going to begin an operation, mining operation, mineral mining operations. We have all that data in-house. And we realized that, we wanted to be more proactive, as opposed to every time a developer came to us having to reinvent the wheel. The goal was to develop an inventory of already evaluated, analyzed sites, so that when folks came to us and said, hey, we're interested in utility scale solar, we could say, okay, where are you looking? Because we've already got, 10 to 20 sites in Dickinson County, if that's what you're interested in. So that's the road we started going down, and we continued down that process. And Daniel mentioned in the previous session, we're now starting to look at the mineral mining sites. That data is not we don't have as good track of that data as we do on the coal mining site, just because they're more dispersed throughout the state and housed in different offices. But as Daniel mentioned, we're beginning to start analyzing that data, because those mineral mining sites have assets and features that are going to be valuable to folks as well. We knew pretty early on we were lacking some key data, and that's why we began sitting down not only with developers but the utilities to try and fill in the blanks. Utility data, transmission and distribution. That was the key missing link, because that data is not, you can't pull up a site on Google, show me all the transmission distribution lines in Virginia. So we had to work with folks, and over the years, we've been able to build that data. And those are some of the workarounds that we're talking about. So that's kind of where we started. We wanted, when we started to develop, the goal was to develop a tool, and we realized, you know what, it's not really a tool, because it requires an individual doing analysis in addition to the data features and the pulling in and layering of information. You need folks to actually take a look at it and analyze it to provide the real value. And so that's some of where the benefit lies in what Daniel does and what DMME can offer folks. But where are we today in terms of determining if a site is viable for utility scale solar? And those are obviously those bullets there. Those are, the things that we initially consider. That's a good starting point. But we have additional data, just other than, slope, vegetation. Is it primarily 15%? Is it primarily cleared? Is it in APCO's territory, Dominion's territory? There's a lot of other information we have. We can tell you what's going on site. Is it active? If it's not been active, what's been going on since operations ceased? Have folks been reclaiming as they go with the mining? Or has reclamation stopped, and for some reason there's no reclamation taking place? Or is it an abandoned mine land? Those are all critical data points, as well as, who is the operator? Who's the landowner? Do we know who the mineral rights owner? Because those are all giant steps for developers in terms of securing those agreements and navigating what's going to happen once you determine a site is available. But we have that operator data. We can tell you what was going on site. So we know the type of load and what type of distribution was run to the site based on what type of mining was going on. And then we have the permit data as well. That's also critical. And I mentioned earlier proximity to grid. Some of these sites are great sites, but they're so far removed from the grid, it drives the cost way up. And so it may make a site that looks attractive not be as feasible. But ultimately, that's not a DMME determination, that's a developer determination. And some folks have asked us, regardless of proximity to grid, just find us the best sites in Central Virginia, in Dominion territory. We've got that request. Hey, I want to see all the sites in Dominion territory, regardless of proximity to grid, because it's not an issue for us. For other folks, that is a key issue. So as I mentioned earlier, it really is just specific to the requester. What are their priorities? What is most valuable to them? And these are just a couple pictures of what the analysis looks like as you go through it. So you can kind of see the highlighted areas there. That's a polygon overlay on a satellite image, and that kind of identifies that's going to be a 15% or less slope. It meets the primarily cleared status, and this one would have been, this one is in APCO's territory. So that's what one of the products that we would give to a requester would look like. And then you could drill down into that data for more specifics. So again, where are we now? To date, at least 30 requests, and that's from a variety of folks. It started primarily with developers coming to us, and then utilities started reaching out to us, and you're starting to see now you are seeing the RFPs being released that are having brownfield mine lands carve outs in them. So utilities reaching out to us, and even landowners. You know, a typical request from a landowner would be, hey, I have this land, and I want to know if it's suitable for utility scale solar deployment. There was some mining that was done on it. So there's some research there on our part. We have to kind of clearly determine the boundary. Then we're going to look at, you know, what type of operation was on site. So we'll pull all the permits. We'll pull that into a map, overlay that with hillshade data, slope data, and that kind of helps identify possible areas. And sometimes there is an opportunity, and sometimes there's not enough there for the utility scale that folks are looking for, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something else available. And Daniel may talk about some of the innovative reclamation and that branch that he's working with. So what types of sites are viable? It just depends. Coal mining sites, mineral mining sites, abandoned mine land, sites in the reclamation process, sites that have ceased reclamation, sites that are in the reclamation process or haven't begun reclamation create a very good opportunity, because as we talked earlier, there's the chance that when it comes to reclaim that site, if we know that folks want to put solar on site after mining is done, then the site owner, the operator, can reclaim that, not to its original contour and build the earth back up, but they can leave that flat, and that's going to save them a ton of money in the reclamation process, and it's going to save the developer some money in terms of grading that site and getting it to the slope that they need it at. So there's opportunity there. And what's next? So, you know, where are we going? So thanks to a lot of the legislation, the Virginia Clean Economy Act, DMME is on the hook and committed to developing and achieving the goals outlined in the Virginia Clean Economy. So we have some very hard targets for solar, to include onshore wind, offshore wind, energy storage. You know, those are squarely in DMME's lap. So we're going to do everything we can across multiple programs, and we've talked about a lot of them over the last 3 days. We're going to do everything we can to enable opportunities to help meet those goals while continually working to improve our process. So anytime, you know, we handle a request and we sit down and go through our analysis, we like to sit down with the developer, the requester, landowner, whoever it was, and get a sense for, okay, you know, what was helpful? What can we do better? What type of information would be more useful to you if you were going to do this again? So we're always looking for that feedback, and we're going to continue to work with anyone and everyone. Again, we're a public agency, a state body. All of our data is available publicly. Our resources are available to the public. You know, as the requests are picking up, the timeline for getting an answer to your question may take a little bit longer, but we're still going to do the work. And it just depends, you know, how long it takes depends on what size, what chunk of area you're looking for and how detailed you want it to be. And so I'm going to stop there, and I don't know if anyone has questions right now. Dan, I don't know what you want to do. I know you're trying to get Adam back if you want to go to Daniel, but I'll take my lead from you.
Thank you, Mr. Polier. Yeah, let's go to Daniel. I would hate to break your tag team up. You guys go so well together. And then we do have Mr. Thompson back. I'm happy to report that Zeus has not struck him dead with a lightning bolt. But he'll actually fit right fine after you guys before our colleagues at Savion go. It'll be just fine. So, Daniel, there you are. Hey, man, take it away.
Hey, everyone, back again, right? Back-to-back sessions.
Thankfully, we're grateful.
Yeah, and you know, what I really want to do is kind of, you know, do that for Savion Energy a little bit, so you know, folks are aware of what they're doing, what's going on, and actually out there making it happen. So I'm going to share my screen and hopefully go through few of these slides, but I want to get it to them and hear about all the things they're doing. Some of these slides I've reused because that's the easiest way to put it together, a PowerPoint. But as I was looking at this one last time, we're talking about redevelopment, repurposing, and reusing these mine lands. Maybe I should have put the worst site out there on this one. But it's good mine land reclamation. But I failed to mention earlier that a lot of businesses, industrial sites, schools, there's a lot of repurposed mines in the coal fields already. A lot of places have located on former mine lands, and so it's nothing new as far as that goes, but it's new for solar since we hadn't had any. I know Betsy Arlen with Sun Tribe mentioned the I think it's 3 megawatt site on former mine land. It was funded through an abandoned mine land pilot program grant. And I think they're getting ready to move forward with that. Nick mentioned funding opportunities, and I should mention that the AML pilot program, there's opportunities through that program for a lot of different projects, so it's really repurposed, reused mine lands. That distinction of what an abandoned mine land is versus just like a release permit. We'll get too far in the weeds on that, but I'd be certainly happy to talk with anybody and explain that distinction and definition. So utility scale solar on potential on mine land. I say potential because we really don't have that in the coal fields yet. And again, we're working, on a full inventory of mine land in Virginia, and we have somewhat of a full inventory. We know where all the permitted mineral mine sites are located. We have permits and old release permits, but the GIS data was point-based, so we knew where the pit and the gate and other features on the mine, and we had maps, hard copy maps of the paper, but we're moving to transform those points into polygons, have some spatial reference and some acreage associated with, in a spatial, so you can do some spatial analysis in GIS and evaluate those mines more fully, and including another term, and I always say mining is location based, but government's terminology and mining terminology is certainly different, and so I try to stay away from it. But the putting some spatial context into GIS, the geographic information systems for those mine lands, and then the other term I was referring to is OLAC. It's orphan mine lands, and that would be abandoned mine lands is typically coal. That's the term, and then orphan lands or mineral mine or non-coal. So where are these lands? Nick mentioned a lot of resources we have on our website. You can go through. We've got a bunch of interactive maps and some other data out there. We're working to put more out there and doing some different things, for products and services that our customers can use and that we can share more easily. I want to show a little bit of that in just a moment. And of course, we talked about the Virginia Appalachian Coal Field or Southwest Virginia Coal Field, and where it's at and where all the coal mines are at. But again, use the resources that we have available on our website. And, again, we're always here to help and be there for all our customers. Then, I'm going to show a little bit about some of our early solar siting efforts, and Nick showed some examples. It's evolved. Things have gotten better. We've improved. The data's gotten better. How we look at it's gotten better. One thing seeing Paul Curran reminded me of is it was actually a conversation with him when I thought about power usage for coal facilities. For prep plants and underground mines. It's all electric equipment underground, right? So how to make those connections to look for distribution when we didn't have good data. There's not good, not good publicly available data, I should say. I'm sure the utilities have really good data. And I want to talk about opportunities on currently permitted coal mine sites. And Savion will probably talk a little bit about that too. But thinking about what could you do? If you, and I asked the question in the earlier session, if a surface mine is ongoing and they have to have a designated post-mining land use. And each of those post-mining land uses, there's just some categories within the permit, they have to meet certain criteria or requirements for reclamation. It could be the vegetation, the mix, the seed mix. We talked a lot about seed mixtures. They have to have certain seed mix to facilitate the post-mining land use. Had to have percent of ground cover, to make sure that that's vegetation's established and it's going to control drainage. And speaking of erosion and sediment control, major part of a surface coal mining permit. If you've got a 1,500, 2,000 acre coal permit, huge earth moving operation, there's going to be extensive information in that permit about erosion and sediment control, sediment ponds, diversion ditches, all the things that are put in place to control sediment and drainage from a mining operation. So a lot of good data, tons of permitting, monitoring data in there, water monitoring, groundwater, surface water. Virginia, DMME actually has the NPDES or NIPDES, program for coal sites. So there's over 2,000 NPDES permits associated with coal mines in Southwest Virginia. So tons of good, valuable data looking at water quality and vegetation and a whole bunch of stuff associated with the coal mine permits, which I think can help facilitate other types of development, including solar. The one that always stands out to me, if a developer wanted to work with a coal operator, to get that site ready for solar, there could be opportunities there. There's thinking of win-win scenarios for a coal operator to be able to regrade an area more to be more flat. Maybe think about the compaction piece of that. How much compaction takes place. Huge equipment can move it pretty quickly, and it's also a lot cheaper to leave it flat or make it flat than it is to push up and create these huge slopes. There's a waiver process. DMME has some flexibility in the permitting to make that happen or help make it happen, working with the operator. So something to think about for developers when you may have a site that you're interested in for whatever reason, maybe it's landowner or proximity to distribution or whatever it is, but there's a mine going on there. That actually could be a good situation, or a mine that it's not reclaimed, and there's going to have to be a lot of work done by the permit owner or operator to be able to reclaim the site. So anything like that, we're certainly able to help and work with the operator and the developer and try to make those connections, and the landowner too. It's an important piece of it, and provide site knowledge and expertise on mine land. So I won't show this map. It's another map of our distribution of mine land. Again, in Southwest Virginia, coalfield area, 100,000 acres. It's a lot of property. Something I didn't mention last time, is in Virginia, late 1800s begin mining, but a lot of the surface mining has been, re-permitted and remined. So it could have been a site, that pre-law type site before 1977 when the Federal Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act happened. Excuse me. Later on, a company came in, equipment got bigger or better, whatever, and there's coal still remaining on site. They would go back in and take another cut, mine it again to go after coal seams that they didn't get in earlier versions of the mine. About 80% of Virginia's coal permits have some form of remining. So, so one good thing about that is if you look at it from a abandoned mine land feature inventory, and these are features left over from that pre-law mining, like old equipment maybe, or high wall, it looks like a cliff, if you know that terminology, or other features from an earlier mining. A permit would come in under the newer regulations, our regulations, and have to reclaim to meet current standards of those new regulations. So, we would eliminate a lot of those old mining features by active mining. So that's something that's taking place in Virginia quite a bit. So scaling up a little bit, how do you get the utility scale on mine land. And Nick's had this same slide. You know, we've done a lot of analysis and that first pass analysis, but it really comes down to, is it flat enough and is it big enough? You know, what size does it need to be? And of course, that proximity to for distribution and transmission. You know, capacity is also an issue. We really don't have good data on capacity. You know, on the utility side to know what's available. You know, there's different service territories in the coal field. You know, APCO, Old Dominion, which is Kentucky Utilities, and down the very tip we have a little bit of TVA in Lee County, and some co-ops, Powell Valley Co-op, and some other things. But really, you know, some hurdles there as far as the data. And I mentioned, you know, Paul saying that about the power usage, because that kind of clued me in on how we can do some analysis to see what might be available. You know, if there's 34.5 kV phase 3 type lines in place, you know, and so I'll go through real quickly and explain how we did this. And this slide is there's a hyperlink here, so when it's shared in a knowledge binder, you'll see to go to our online, you know, GIS, ArcGIS Online organizational page. But these three maps here are ones we've done recently for a landowner, and I've seen her on the chat. So Jenny, these are out there for you. But we're looking at property and what mining took place and what kind of slopes are there, and just really evaluating it for solar, but you know, for other sustainable post-mine, you know, development and activities. So I'm going to try to jump out to this and see if this works. So Dan, can you see this? Does this look okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was an early attempt at some analysis as a story map. We did this, it says 2020, but really that's just when we stood it up or turned it online. Because of the, yes.
We're still seeing your slide.
Okay.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's what I was checking.
Thanks, Carrie.
No problem. I think you have to stop sharing and then reshare.
Have another one? Okay. I'll do that.
Yeah, if you select it's to share your screen and then pull up the browser with it.
And I'll be brief on this, but I just wanted to show it. So let me know if you can see that, Kelsey.
That's good.
Okay. So this is a story map. So I'm a geographer by trade, so I usually talk with maps. So at the time, I don't even know if we knew it was going to be Cumberland Forest. This is an early attempt to do some data analysis. Nick mentioned it. It was when we first got LiDAR data, so it was like higher resolution kind of terrain and topography data that we wanted to use. So we started going through the methodology, and this is online and the link's out there, but I just wanted to show kind of where we started. So we're looking to see if it's flat enough. You know, obviously we need to see if you could put solar panels on it. And we created, you know, this huge data set of those flatter areas, you know, the 5-15% polygons in the GIS. And then we kind of clipped all those out based on the, I think even proposed property boundaries at that time for TNC's Cumberland Forest property. And then took what transmission we had, distribution lines, and kind of put a buffer on that and see what intersected with that flat property, because understanding the proximity was going to make such a difference on what could fit the bill. We've learned a little bit different on that now with and so we used that and selected those areas from that buffer transmission. And so this is where I kind of got the idea from Paul about this. Is like, well, let's look at those power consumers, you know, those coal mines, underground mines, and especially within the last 5 years, because the assumption was that, you know, those lines would be up to date, and probably still in place. Actually, just kind of went out and drove around and looked, and yeah, they're there. So even though the mine may not be no longer operating, the infrastructure pieces to facilitate that mining were still there, and they still are to this day. So we did like a little buffer process for where we knew those sites were at within, and probably could go back further than 5 years, but I just felt like that was a good number to start with as initial analysis piece. So we buffered some of that area and saw what flat polygons would intersect there, and considering that TNC's carbon layer where they're doing conservation there, we threw that in and kind of came up with a list of sites. This map is live, so it loads a little slow. But some sites that may have potential, and they ranged in size, but we were trying to see just initial analysis what was there. But again, just give you an idea of where we went with the analysis and how we're using the coal data along with other data that we can put together to make some of these decisions a little easier, or at least get someone started in that first pass analysis. So I'm gonna jump back to PowerPoint.
Awesome. Thanks, Daniel. And I think we have, I'm sorry, jump back to PowerPoint, my bad.
Well, I mean, it's just showing the site, so we'll have the link, but that's pretty much it, Dan. I wanted to leave Savion as much time as I can.
Yeah, well, we're going to sneak Adam back in still.
Okay, great.
Yeah, his presentation is pretty short and a nice TikTok, actually. So we're going to try to get him back right now. But if Zeus is still on Olympus, we let's cross our fingers. Hey, Adam.
Hey there.
Hey, crystal clear.
Good.
We apologize for the technical difficulties earlier.
Yeah.
But
apologize to the audience as well. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm back and happy to be here.
Thanks. Yeah, we didn't miss a beat, and actually, you and DMME are kind of interchangeable parts, and so they just kind of picked up and did their piece. And we'd love for you to kind of, before Savion goes, actually, they're going to kind of merge your guys' two presentations, or I guess three-pronged presentation. Help us just get set on utility scale, what it means. We haven't really had anybody put four corners around it for us, and you guys at Dominion, of course, have your own approach. So we'd love for you just to dive in and show us your work.
All right, great. Kelsey, you can go to the next slide. I'm sure everybody here's heard all of the talk about the Clean Economy Act of 2020, really landmark legislation here in Virginia that kind of set the stage for renewable energy growth here in the Commonwealth over the next 25 years. And everybody, I think, on this call is going to play a vital role in doing this and achieving those goals that were set forth. As an introduction, my name is Adam Thompson. I work as a business development manager on the regulated business development team at Dominion Energy. Our group is really tasked with the rollout of projects for meeting our requirements under the Virginia Clean Economy Act. That'll be a variety of things. We'll do project acquisition from developers, and we'll do some self-development work, and that's primarily what I do is utility scale development. I've been in solar a little over 8 years now, and have really done quite a large range of different things. I got my start in distributed generation, rooftop, carport, kind of behind the meter PPAs for a number of years, and then over the last 5 years or so, have done pretty much exclusively utility scale development. So excited to be here and talk more about utility scale solar in general, and happy to answer any questions at the end. And looking forward to turning it over to the experts at Savion, who are really doing some great work with brownfields and mine lands in particular. So in terms of Dominion and the Virginia Clean Economy Act, obviously, major legislation requires us to get to 100% zero carbon generation by 2045. It requires us to build out 1,600 megawatts of solar and onshore wind. That includes a little over 1,000 megawatts of small scale solar or distributed generation solar. Those are not to exceed 3 megawatts. And then it's a breakdown of 65% Dominion owned projects and then 35%, which will be PPAs with third party owners. We've already started our rollout of this. We've got quite a big number of projects we're going to have to do over the coming years, and we're excited to do it. I think importantly for this group and most of the groups over the last few days is that there's a 200 megawatt carve out for previously developed sites. That's your brownfield sites, and also for offshore wind and storage. And we've got a whole team dedicated to the battery storage, and they're really excited about the potential there. You can go to the next slide. Real quickly, we had our first SCC filing after the VCA this past fall. That included almost 500 megawatts of new solar. It's the largest slate of solar facilities we've ever taken to the commission, which is quite a big feat. 82 megawatts of that will be Dominion owned, and then another 416 megawatts through PPAs with third party providers. So a lot of good stuff happening already, and we expect to continue to do this and exceed those numbers every fall for the next several years. Next slide. On the requirement for brownfield development, I mentioned this already, 200 megawatts. In the legislation, brownfields, really previously developed sites, are defined as former mine sites, which is key for this group. Former retail, commercial, industrial sites, parking lots, landfills, and other brownfields. So quite a catch-all there, but excited to hear Savion's input on formerly mined sites, and certainly DMME's input already has been great. Next slide. I'll touch just briefly on kind of utility scale solar in the next couple of slides, and then I'll hand it over. Some of the benefits we see and a lot of developers see with the build out of utility scale solar are the tax revenue boost going to localities, the job creation. There's construction jobs, there's operations and maintenance jobs on the back end, and then there's some front end engineering development support jobs as well. To the extent possible, Dominion projects will always use Virginia and locally based suppliers and labor. We'd like to see continued economic development in the sector to bring more opportunities to use locally sourced suppliers in particular. We're looking forward to trying to make that happen in the future. You get increased clean energy in Virginia. I think we can all agree that that's a good thing. And there's a lot of key characteristics with solar that are important, when you're comparing them to kind of traditional fossil generation that we feel is a better resource for power generation. You go to the next slide. So utility scale solar, for us, utility scale solar development goes from siting or finding land that makes sense for a project, kind of getting your head wrapped around what your final project looks like, sometimes 4, 5, 6 years in advance of when that project's going to be constructed. Getting your land put together, securing options on land, stepping into survey work to evaluate the land. On a greenfield site, you'd be looking at wetlands, floodplains, cultural resources, threatened endangered species, and a whole list of other things, geotechnical, and that varies site to site and certainly application to application. Your brownfields, your mine lands are going to have different survey work that's required. You're also working through interconnection, either distribution level with the local utility or transmission level with PJM here in Virginia. Those are typically long, drawn out processes, and there's not a lot of information you get up front on those. So quite a long process, especially with PJM. You're also stepping into your local permitting. Here in Virginia, we're typically trying to get a special exception permit or a conditional use permit for zoning to be able to construct the project. Those have become, over the last couple of years, more and more contentious and more difficult.
Frozen. And he was on a roll.
It's so difficult that it stopped him.
Yeah, well, he was getting close. It's a powerful slide, and I was going to give him a free T-shirt for overcoming young carbon-based life form issues in that presentation as well. So really double stars for Mr. Thompson, and we'll give him maybe 10 seconds to try to unfreeze. But we've got Savion on deck, and I'll just remind everybody while we still have time to complete your official profiles, please. Find those emails if you're interested in connecting with others. We'll put your contact info to use for the people that are actively seeking it. And that's above and beyond. There's a pro binder. There's the knowledge binder that everyone will get, and the pro binder. So the pros are out there beating the turf. It's for you. So let me just go ahead and we'll bring Adam back for some questions. And then we've got from Dominion as well, Mr. Todd Flowers, who's going to be teeing up our next block, the expert wrap. And so this 301 session is really going to spill over into the coup de grace, the crescendo of this whole affair. And actually, to bring us home, we've got two more solar stars who saved some of the best stuff for last. Again, as everyone knows by now, I hope, if you're just tuning in or catching the stream, or maybe we chop this out on its own, here at the 2021 Virginia Solar Summit, we had two feature issues, pollinators being one and mine lands being another. It's a super important issue. We have over 500,000 abandoned mines on the books in this country, and they're just sitting out there. And without further ado, I'd like to bring in our kind of tag team speakers. We're fortunate enough to get both of these guys into our schedule. And Rod, Erich, you look great. How do I sound, and how are you sounding today?
Feeling pretty good. Out here in sunny Arizona and not in cold Missouri. So yeah, it's really nice. Happy to be here today. Erich, you want to introduce yourself? We're going to tag team this a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. Can you guys hear me okay?
I'll take it.
Okay, good. All right. I want to share my screen in just a second, but quickly I'll introduce myself and Rod. I'm Erich Miarka. I'm a senior development manager with Savion. I work underneath Rod Northway, who is our senior vice president of development at Savion. He's going to give most of the presentation, but for the past year plus, Savion has really taken a really active role in developing in Central Appalachia. I'm based out of Western North Carolina, and I've really found a little niche here in Western Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, and West Virginia, developing utility scale solar projects on some of these reclaimed sites. So I'll start the presentation and hand it over to Rod, and then I think Rod can give a high level overview and any details that I need to fill in on a project level, I can do that. Or if there's specific questions that Rod wants to toss to me on, I can try to fill in as needed.
While he's doing that, little introduction for myself. Rod Northway, Senior Vice President, Savion. I oversee 18, 19 developers now scattered out, over the country. I've been in the renewable development business for going on 16, 17 years now. Started in wind and migrated to solar. Prior to that, I developed gas fueled peaker plants back in the late 90s and early 2000s across the country. And that's how I really got hooked into energy development. It's an exciting field. Prior to that, I started my development career in economic development with the Missouri Department of Economic Development, recruiting business and helping business expand in Missouri. So, kind of as we talk through energy development today, you're going to hear me reference economic impact a few times. That's near and dear to my heart. I've seen economic revitalization in rural areas through wind energy, specifically Nottoway County in Missouri, where I entered that county in 2008, I believe, started leasing ground for a wind project. They had 3 little school districts all on the brink of collapse and considering consolidation. And we all know in a rural area, you lose your school, your hospital, and you lose your identity, and it's pretty much the end. Left there in 2000, I was done developing about 2000, 10 years later, 18. They had secured 4 operating wind farms, two were, which I developed, over $1 billion worth investment, and all 3 school districts are thriving. That's what gets me out of bed in the morning. We may not be able to save the world economically, but we can sure save one community at a time. And I see this as, repurposing, developing over reclaimed, coal sites in the Appalachians as an opportunity to do the same. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. All right, well, let's kick this off.
Thanks, Rod. That's a great way to start. Eric, I think we got you ready, but I get out of the bed with that same passion every morning, and Rod confided in me that, like me, he hasn't taken a vacation in a few years. He's got bit by this bug, and he's going to see this work done. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah. All right. Eric, I'm probably going to fly through these first 3 slides, but a little bit about Savion. It was born in 2019, really as a product of Green Investment Group, a company owned by Macquarie Capital out of Australia, purchasing Tradewind Energy solar and storage portfolio of about 8,000 gigawatts. Go ahead and flip to the next slide. Today, Savion, in a 2.5, 3 year stint, quick stint, we've doubled our staff. We've grown our portfolio to, I think, 11,000 gigawatts over 24, 27 states when you add storage to our solar portfolio. Go ahead and flip to the next slide, Eric. So I can cheat a little bit. Yeah, we have almost 2,000 megawatts of solar storage in operation, and in development. Again, we've got over that, about 11,000 megawatts active development in various stages. Some late stage where we have some energy contracts on, and we're going through the transaction process, or either in construction. A large amount of our portfolio is where we are with these projects in the Appalachians, just a year, 2 years in. So we have massive portfolio, and let's move on and get to the crust of what we're talking about today. So a couple of years ago, we had an opportunity to develop a site, a reclaimed coal site in Kentucky, and honestly, we didn't know anything about developing over a reclaimed coal site at all. But there was what we call an off-taker, a counterparty, commercial, industrial, interested in purchasing the energy from a reclaimed site, renewable energy. And so, with that carrot hanging out there, so to speak, for us, a developer, we took it on. And, we discovered quickly that you can't just dip your toe into developing a reclaimed site. You got to just dive in head first and And because there's a lot of discovery that has to take place. But, we've been doing it a couple, 2 years, and, we just see an opportunity here. And so we expanded our footprint and into Virginia and West Virginia. And we're currently developing, over 600 megawatts of solar on reclaimed sites, about $500 million worth of investment if it all comes, to fruition. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's a site, typical layout over a reclaimed site, and a picture kind of tells 1,000 words. One thing I noticed, when just me and a handful of folks were traveling to this site in Kentucky, as we were winding up the mountain, I looked at our engineer, and I said, "What in the world are we doing?" I'm used to finding the perfect site, relatively flat ground, ranch, or cropland, out of a floodplain. You got a transmission wire either running through the site or a substation, very near the site. It's like, this isn't anything close to what we, normally would check the box on criteria for a suitable site. But when we got to the top of the mountain and I actually stood on the reclaimed site, it was like, oh, okay, I get it. There's some flat area, that's good. But then, okay, well, here's the other area, and here's another area. So you've got to, it's spread out. You got to go hilltop to hilltop, which we can do. But on a normal traditional solar site, you're probably looking at, as far as the size of number of acres on 100 megawatts on a typical site, you're looking at between 6 and maybe 8 acres per megawatt installed. But because the arrays, have to go from basically hilltop to hilltop, and you have to connect them, and you're probably into 10, maybe 12, maybe 15, acres per megawatt installed on a reclaimed coal site. So you need a much larger site for the same amount of megawatts. And right here, you're looking at about 3,000 acre footprint that we have under lease. And it represents 200 megawatts. I don't know if we'll, contract for all 200 or not, but this is typically what it looks like. And also, you can see where inside this footprint, there's, existing, I don't want to say abandoned, but there's still coal facilities there that, you got to work around and try to avoid. You don't want those in your lease. Erich, do you have anything to add to kind of that, how the challenges of laying our design out over the reclaimed site?
Yeah, we've got several more slides that speak just to the challenges. So I'll save most of it for those slides. But yeah, this is 3,200 acres inside the blue line. And like Rod was mentioning, there's still active oil and gas and coal facilities here and underground. That's the other thing. We don't have that depicted here, but there's an 8,000 plus acre underground mine here that is under a portion of the array. So there's ongoing mining activities. You've got a lake that was formed as part of the previous mining operation where they just took the mountaintop off and filled in the valley. So there's a lot of complications, and this is 200 megawatts AC, 300 DC. So it's a significant array, but it's spread across, I don't know, from one end to the other, probably over 2 miles. So a significant cost adder there to connect all these arrays, not only because of the added real estate cost, but because of your EPC costs, your DC wiring, everything, just to get it back to your point of interconnection.
There's also oil and gas out there as well. So this particular site has it all. It's got surface ownership, issues. It's got mineral severances, and you have solid minerals, and you have your liquid minerals also severed, and which you have to deal with. So it's pretty much runs the gamut. And this is where we cut our teeth. And so after a couple of years of this, we feel like we've got a decent handle, on what we're getting ourselves into, just from the development cost alone, compared to a typical 100, 200 megawatt site. We're going to, the development at risk, even, before you get an energy contract, and even before you, get to construction, is probably at least twice the amount that you're putting at risk to develop a site like this. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think we touched on some of this, but why coal mines and the Appalachian market? Of course, PJM is a hot market, very, very liquid, so that's very attractive to a developer. These reclaimed sites are relatively flat, as we talked about, and Dan and Nick talked about. There are many available sites, fairly flat, fairly open. The power's there. It kind of checks all the boxes that we're looking for. Underutilized land, which is great, which spawns minimal opposition. I think we all know that, and Adam brought it up, that siting solar and getting through local zoning processes are just getting tougher and tougher and tougher. It's really where the wind industry, left off a couple of years ago. Solar was kind of flying under the radar when wind was getting all the attention. Well, now all the the targets on the solar bat in a community, you're taking up farmland and all whole other sort of issues. Well, here you have minimal, very minimal opposition, if any. So that's kind of nice. And of course, many of the counties, we talked about this, are eager for the economic impact that these facilities can deliver as well, and help kick off an economic renaissance, if you will, in some of these counties. Next slide. Yeah, the permitting and environmental challenges, again, some of this was already hit on, but from a permitting and environmental standpoint, from a, threatening endangered species and for wetlands and so it's really not, not daunting, which is a good thing. And again, there's typically no opposition, but there are outstanding mining permits, reclamation bonds that you have to deal with, and you have to clear, because if you can't clear it, you're not going to be able to get title insurance. Owners of these facilities aren't going to want anything to do with being saddled with a bond hanging out there or reclamation process. It all has to be cleaned up. So we're working through that process now, and got a handle on it. But one thing we're running across, quite frankly, is a lot of these companies, the old coal companies and landowners, are bankrupt that held these permits. And if your permit gets locked, well, how do you unlock it? So you got to work with state government to be able to do that. The site still, must go through the, typical state siting board, process. You're not exempt from that, which, typically is, as long as you're checking all the boxes, isn't too big of a deal. But the site may trigger a NEPA process, extensive, your environmental assessment requirements may be greater on a brownfield / reclaim site. But okay, next, Eric, you have anything to add to environmental or permitting slide?
No, that's the big one. On that site that we shared the layout on at the a couple slides ago, that one alone has 10 outstanding mining permits. The 6 of the permits are held by an entity that's permit locked because of non-compliance. 2 of the permits are held by a company that has been bankrupt for the last year and a half, and we don't know who holds those permits anymore, or if they're going to end up as zombie mines is what they're calling them, maybe permits of the state, abandoned mine land features. And these are all things that we have to resolve and close out, like Rod said, before we can close and build the project. So, there's a path to getting it done, but with some of the obstacles in place because of the permittees, we can't even begin that process.
Okay, so here's a biggie. There's 2 biggies, right? There's in the cost and the discovery process to develop silver over reclaimed mine. And real estate's one of them. It's real estate, real estate, real estate. It's really that way on a normal site. The owners of these projects have to be assured 100% that the surface owner is the surface owner that you're leasing the ground from or that you're purchasing the ground from. You know, whether it be a reclaim site or a typical site, if the minerals, you know, are severed, you need surface waivers from those mineral owners. If there's active wells on the site, oil and gas, and there's operators on the site, you need encroachment agreements or accommodation agreements to be able to cross their lines. So you have that same issue on, you know, your typical solar site on ranch or farm ground than you do your coal sites, but these are like 8 times worse. So we could just start on the surface. This is just start the simple surface, right? Go out and get a boundary survey. Good luck, right? The first title commitment that we delivered to our real estate group, they're looking at it and like, okay, well, the northeast corner starts at the Rossi Mark and Sam's Creek. It goes 2,000 feet over to the Oak Tree and John's Land, and it goes 3 times. They go, what the hell is it? They couldn't figure it out, you know. So we had to hire expert examiners, right, in the Appalachians that are going into the courthouse and going all the way back to patent. And again, you know, on a 100 megawatt project, maybe your real estate title curative effort is a couple $100,000, maybe at the most. You know, you're looking at $700,000 maybe to get a reclaimed site, just the surface alone cleaned up to the point where you can transact and get a title policy. So very challenging, something that we know now that we didn't know then. And of course, that's just the start of the issues. You have all the severed, you know, minerals. Who owns the solids? Who owns the liquid minerals under the site? It's a good chance you're going to have all of that to deal with, which we're dealing with now. And you're going to get surface waivers from those folks because, you know, again, any owner or lender that's associated with these projects, you know, they have to be assured that they have 100% right to own and operate the facility over this reclaimed site. And so a mineral owner from the past or current isn't going to be able to come in and say, hey, you're going to have to remove your facility because I'm going to mine or you know, I'm going to extract, you know, the minerals, you know, from the surface. So extremely important, extremely, again, costly to remedy. Well, I think, do you have anything to add to that, Eric? I think I hit high level anyway on your bullets there. Oh,
yeah, no, I think
the 4
that's
records.
Yeah, you talked about the legal descriptions, but it's important to note that the last time a lot of these deeds had legal descriptions, it was before the mountaintop was removed. So a lot of the monuments, pins, markers, landmarks aren't there anymore. The topography is completely changed. So there's a lot of boundary line disputes between adjoining property owners that we have to work through. Makes surveys very difficult, and just figuring out what your boundary is in a lot of cases is very problematic.
Next slide, please. Yeah, so the engineering challenges are kind of what I think we all would expect, but you know, because of the reclaimed areas, you know, 200 foot or, you know, plus of fill basically, and the fill is made up of, you know, different materials. Some boulders are like, you know, size of a softball. Some boulders that are used to fill in and reclaim the mine sites are as big as school buses. And, you know, something that we discovered as well, you know, that it causes settlement over time. So, you know, I think in our opinion, the perfect site is a reclaimed site that has been reclaimed for at least, you know, 10 years or so to allow the settlement to occur to a large degree and get in tolerable, you know, limits so that we can be assured that, you know, the array is not going to sink a foot or 2 or 3, you know, if installed. So we had to do extensive research on that and, you know, test pits and the whole 9 yards. But, you know, one technology that it prevents, at least, but we're cost effective anyway, is the tracking system. So you're now, we're looking at fixed tilt, so it limits, your options on technology, which is a little higher price. And of course, we talked about if we're, 100 megawatts or more, it's very unlikely that you're going to get all 100 or 200 megawatts on one hilltop. So you're going from hilltop to hilltop. You have to connect the array, which obviously adds cost, and compared to a traditional site where every piece of land is contiguous. And of course, increase grading costs, civil costs, all adds up to about, okay, well, now I'm not an engineer either, but here's an example of one of our test pits, and you can see the various, the various fill type that is within the reclaimed area, which then requires, on a typical site, you can just drive your still piles directly into the ground, right? You attach and assemble your racking system, slide in your panels and connect. It's fairly simple. But here, you're gonna have to dig a drill for each individual pile. You're gonna have to backfill, engineered backfill and concrete to ensure that you're not gonna have any movement from the little bit of settlement that you're for sure gonna have after one of these facilities are built. So again, adding cost to the construction end of it as well.
Sounds good, Rob. We're a little time pressure, but go ahead.
Okay, well, to sum it up, here's what we've discovered, and we know that it's true. It's between 30 and 35% more in construction costs to be able to pull one of these sites off on a reclaimed site. So it takes a true partnership between all stakeholders, and the stars have to align to make this work. And I think, the last few bullets here explains it perfectly. You need a willing developer that's going to take on more risk and a higher cost development than a traditional site. You need a landowner willing to lease his property for a reasonable rate. He's going to get a lower rate than the farmer with the perfect site, 15 miles away or whatever. You need an owner operator, right, willing to take a little bit less return, and you need a purchaser of the energy to take a little bit higher energy price, and a local government willing to set the local business climate at a rate that we can compete. So all of it, and state, local grants, whatever we can do to help bring that 30-35% cost adder to develop and construct on a reclaim mine down to what we can produce, a kind of an in-market price has to occur. Otherwise, the price is really too high for a utility or even a commercial industrial entity to contract on. So all the stars must align, and we're banking on it. That's for sure. We've got a heavy investment, in these projects over the 3-4 state areas. So
awesome. Terrific presentation, Rod. I wish we had more time for you just to go, but actually just hang on, because here's what's going to happen now. Everybody knows, I think we're rolling into our open Q&A session. So let me reset. Welcome once again for the last time to the 2021 Virginia Solar Summit. We've been banging away for 3 days on the very bright future of solar energy redevelopment, land-based ground-mounted solar energy development, which somebody back in the 1990s got the bright idea to call Brightfields. And we're much smarter now. If you're just joining us, wind the stream back and start on day one at the 100 level. We just finished up some killer 300 level deep dives on solar redevelopment. Excuse me, on some of our most challenging real estate assets in the world, our brownfields, our landfills, our mine lands, and now we're gonna, before we really open it up, we're gonna show one little video. This is DEQ's second go around at this solar installation. I want to invite my co-host Vince Maiden back into the conversation because he and I were kind of the ones who started all this trouble in the first place, and I want to just ask Vince how you're doing today, how you feeling. We haven't heard from you today, and let you set up this video.
We had so many stars lined up today. I figured I'd just sit back and learn something myself. So it's been really an illuminating day. I always learn something, no matter how many times I hear these great presentations and speakers. Yeah, we were a little ahead of the game, I think, in 19, and I thought it would be fun here on Thursday, just do a little throwback Thursday and show a video clip that DEQ had done about the 2019 event. We all probably look a little different and weren't worried about COVID or anything like that back then. And we're looking probably forward to the after party when this video was shot. But just take a quick look at that, you know, as we get ready for some more great content in the Q&A and hear from a couple more folks.
Brightfield is a site with renewable energy on it. DOE, Department of Energy, and other folks often take Brightfield to mean a site that's been previously used, a brownfield or some other marginal land that's being repurposed for renewable energy. So it could be wind, it could be solar, it really could be anything. As long as there's energy production happening on that site, we could call it a Brightfield.
The transition from brownfields to Brightfields, you know, how can we get some of our old landfills revitalized? And putting residential on them isn't really the best option at times, but putting solar panels on them is a brilliant solution, low occupancy, low risk. And one of our first big projects was the Bedford project, and they had a large piece of property next to their landfill. We offered BFPP comfort letters and lender liability letters, and that site is now producing energy for Bedford and offsets $130,000 energy costs per month. It's been a great success.
DEQ is hosting Brightfields because we are dedicated to brownfields redevelopment across the Commonwealth, and we saw a real need for solar development across the state and a solar revolution coming forward. And we are hoping to save some of those projects and get them moved onto brownfields instead of green space redevelopment. So in the state, we've got a lot of old landfills and a lot of abandoned mine lands that could be used for solar development. And one of the ideas that we had was to bring people together to talk about that at Brightfields in 2019 to get things moving in Virginia that direction.
Brightfields provide an excellent opportunity to not only improve the amount of renewable energy available in the Commonwealth, but also to help support Brownfield's efforts to take previously contaminated lands and revitalize them and provide for redevelopment. Combining these two things will provide excellent opportunities in several areas in the Commonwealth to not only support our renewable energy needs, but also improve the amount of brownfields that are redeveloped in the Commonwealth.
Awesome. I'm still moved, even though I've seen that 100 times. Actually, I saw the views were 67 or something like that, but the views of our day one stream, the 2021 Virginia Solar Summit stream, are 10x that. If you check, it's over 600 or 680, whatever. So how quickly the revolution can take hold, Mr. Meade?
Yeah, I think that was also a little preview to what you keep teasing. Is that sounds like we may be running this live in 2022. So
yeah, we'll be coming right back for
I didn't know that, but Dan apparently is forecasting that. So
there's lots of work to be done. Yep, and we'll get back together again. We had a lot of fun at the after hours last time. I'm missing all the sidebars in our double bonus time as we linger in the hallways in the room. And we'll do another round of the solar market mixer, which was so fun. You know, getting people across the table from each other. There's nothing like that. But what I've really enjoyed this time around going virtual is just the constant stream of substance. It's been one thing after another. So much steak and sizzle all together. I can't pick my favorite. I can't stop. And we're almost done. This could be the best session yet. We've got a lot of our stars have already come back. And before we open it up, we got a lot of questions we have to mine, pun intended. But there's two more people I want to introduce. One you've already heard from, and one that you haven't. And I'm going to, you can see Mr. Todd Flowers there. He's the managing manager of business development at Dominion Energy, who's a Terawatt sponsor. Thank you for the big lift you guys are about to undertake. But he's also a nuclear engineer in his background. He might be able to ask a bonus question to him of that nuclear waste site or processing site that we saw earlier today. But before I give Todd a chance to introduce himself, I want to bring into the conversation Mr. Tim Dewitt, who I can't see on my screen. No, there he is. And Mr. Dewitt, he's the senior technical engineer at August Mack Environmental out of their Indianapolis office. And they've blazed the trail. They've even done some super fun stuff. So let me give, I guess, I can pick on Todd. Do you want to tee us off first and go ahead and introduce yourself and give your perspective from Dominion there? Again, thank you for plugging in officially and help us wrap up with a few of your own thoughts.
Yeah, appreciate it, Dan. Thanks for having me this afternoon. And what a fantastic conference that's been put together. Certainly a record-breaking attendance, which is fantastic. And the timing of this conference couldn't be better. Right on the heels of the passage of the Virginia Clean Act we've been talking about for 3 days. So it's really good and exciting to be in the Commonwealth of Virginia to see all the opportunity that's going on all across our beautiful state. As Dan mentioned, Todd Flowers, I'm the manager of business development at Dominion Energy. Our primary focus is to develop all the power generation sources needed to meet our customer load in the long term. So and that includes really all technologies. It could be combustion, nuclear, whatever the technology may be, but with the mandate established by the VCA, our going to be in utility scale solar. I was a nuclear engineer for the company for Meade. I did that for 16 years, supporting the 2 stations in Virginia, North Anna, Missouri, as well as the station we had up in Connecticut. And about 6 years ago, moved into the role of business development. Got my feet wet by acquiring some projects out in California and Utah on some of our merchant facilities. And then for the last 5 or 6 years, have focused exclusively on projects in the Commonwealth of Virginia, primarily focused now on greenfield site development, all utility scale, connected at transmission voltage. Envision, developing on the order of 1,000 megawatts a year for the next 15 years. So certainly a lot of opportunity, a heavy lift for the company. Very glad to be a part of this conference.
Thanks, Todd. Really appreciate that and everything all the folks at Dominion are doing and your background. The future. So our unofficial theme song for this conference is "The Future's So Bright We've Got to Wear Shades." For rights, we can't play that. YouTube will take it down. But that was about nuclear science, right? And it's incredible to see the energy renaissance continue to just stack and stack and stack. And on that note, we felt it was important to add another engineer to the conversation at the end because we're free to dive as deeply into solar redevelopment as we are capable until 5 p.m. Eastern time today. And with that, I'd like to unmute and invite Mr. Tim Dewitt into the conversation from August Mack to introduce himself and talk about how they approach the very hardcore science and engineering that goes into these projects. We got you on mute there, Tim, but bear with us. There we go. Go ahead, my man.
All right. Thank you very much, Dan. As Dan mentioned, I am a senior technical engineer from August Mack Environmental in Indianapolis, Indiana. The projects that we have been working on here, primarily in the Midwest, but stretching a little bit towards the East Coast, has been related to helping with some design of some solar farms as well as siting of solar farms. One of the projects I wanted to highlight that we did get involved with a few years ago would have been a completion in 2013, 2014, was development of the first utility scale solar farm on a Superfund site here in Indianapolis, Indiana. It was a former coal tar distillation facility that had gone through EPA's final remedy back in the 1980s. The way that our company got involved with that was we did the original remedial design for this site, and when the solar developer Hanwha was looking for a partner to help with interactions with EPA permitting civil design, that's how we ultimately got involved with that particular project. So yes, so I'm here to offer some of my personal experience as we work through some of those challenges on that particular site.
Thanks,
Thank
Tim.
you.
It's awesome. And, you give the professional in me the real objective points to make the case that there's no barrier that we can overcome
Sure.
when it comes to redevelopment. And I mean, cost is prohibitive, but the technology and innovation is what has really brought us together today. We've finally gotten to the point where a conference like this can take off, and the public and private sector are starting to dance, and it's really starting to get exciting. And before I get too excited, I'm going to open it up. I'm going to pick on Vince Maiden again to come back in. We're going to try to take as many questions as we can, but I want to speak as little as possible because I've jumped in plenty. So let me widen my screen and make sure we've got all of our folks. I guess the last thing I'll do is just kind of introduce the rest of our official speakers that are joining us today. Although we've been able to poach some of our solar power stars to come back from previous sessions. So you can see again there, Mr. Chris Alvigi from NFP. There's Charles Howland from Curtis, Malay Provost, Colt and Moselle. Mr. Chad Farrell is back from Encore Renewable Energy. And of course, we've got Nick and Daniel and Vince, and I see Carrie there. And a lot of folks don't have their camera on, but our unofficial, she's a co-host and our unofficial cruise director. She hasn't said much, but Miss Carrie Staten out of the West Virginia Brownfields Assistance Center. We had Gary White from NJIT steal a lot of that technical assistance thunder, but they're doing incredible work at the West Virginia Brownfields Assistance Center, and they have been for a long time. Nobody knows how to navigate these programs quite like they do. And they are EPA grant funded. So if you have questions, not for this session, but later, you can call them and ask about how you can start to access some of these incredible, almost too good to be true programs, which somehow Democrats and Republicans still love. Okay. Who wants to step? Where's Vince? I don't see him. And help us get started. Vince, where do you want to begin? I defer to you. Well, I'm going to try to. Maybe not. No, he's not going to let me. All right. Well, Tim, there's a question for you. Was it the Maywood project, the project that you mentioned?
Yes, it was the Maywood project. We work with EPA out of Chicago, Illinois, to complete that project. The project was challenging in that up to that point, I think a lot of other developers had tried to develop on a Superfund site, but there had always been some obstacles, primarily being able to satisfy all the various stakeholders in the project. Fortunately, we had a really good team together on that particular project, and we were able to take it across the finish line.
Yeah, let me bring in probably the guy who was on the other side of that house at EPA at the time. He was driving the ship, well, one of them driving the boat of Superfund at EPA, Mr. Charles Howland. Jump in, Charlie.
Well, I just got to say this. This is just so funny. So I've done this a fair amount. Can I share my screen?
Well,
there's just one. This is a slide of Maywood.
Let's get one money slide of Maywood up. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just,
keep going. Yeah.
It's funny. Can you guys see that?
Not
Are you guys
quite.
seeing a slide?
Not quite yet.
Oh.
Hopefully you're seeing a slide. Wait, are you seeing a slide?
No.
Let's start.
Okay. Later, I've done this a fair amount. It's just coincidence that my opening slide for some of this, apparently by two people at this conference. So one is Steel Winds, apparently done by BQ Energy.
I think we're losing Charlie. That might be why we can't get your slide. Sorry, Charlie. I've always wanted to say that and mean it. But yeah, it's a small world. We lost you for a second, Charlie. Go ahead, reboot.
Yeah,
I think you got a bad connection. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just, I'll take it one more shot. If I can pull this off, what's cool about this slide that you'll see is that you'll see kind of a before and after. And it just went away. Did it just go away?
No, we got it.
Okay, yeah. So I trust him. That's a familiar picture. I probably got it from the EPA RPM. So you literally see this is a real success story. I'll just leave it at that. Let's keep the conversation going. But that's Maywood on the left and Steel Winds on the right.
Thanks, Charlie. Yeah, that's awesome. And it's right where I wanted to go. And just to show everybody how real this is, again, I've said it and it's worth repeating that we're not reinventing the wheel. We've had trailblazers and, one of my mentors, Charlie Barch, rest in peace, there should be a bus to some of these people in Washington somewhere, the real nerds who have figured a lot of this stuff out. It's really great to see. Now we got a new generation of folks like Carrie, Daniel, Nick, who are just taking us to the next level. And there's Vince, he's back. Mr. Maiden, you joined us.
Yeah, I was, chasing down a kid emergency. So all of us now are dealing with that kind of stuff at home. So yeah,
man.
You
Bail me out.
up. If I'm not here, you just have to move on.
I will. But bail me out. Let me take over, take the con and ask a couple questions. I know we got them piled up.
Yeah, we got Danny in the chat box. Sorry, I wasn't looking at them, but.
Oh, okay.
I've got a couple here, Vince, if you want me to pop in.
Yeah, go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah.
While I pull up the other.
I thought I'd throw a couple to Todd in terms of what Dominion is looking at. If to whatever extent you're able to share, we've talked a lot about low impact development practices over the conference, using pollinators or alternative methods for groundskeeping maintenance, using sheep, or the brownfields. Obviously you all have the 200 megawatt minimum requirement for sourcing from previously developed sites. So I'd love to hear a little bit more detail on what you guys are cooking up over there.
Yeah, certainly, Carrie. We already, have projects that have pollinator gardens using, native plants or naturalized vegetation. That's something that's kind of ongoing now. We don't have any existing solar sites in the Commonwealth that use, that raise animals alongside solar facilities. I'm familiar with some projects down in North Carolina, specifically a company called O2 EMC that's doing that. It's done that very successfully. Certainly something that we want to track and follow. I don't think we're quite there yet to introduce raising animals along with our solar facilities. That, not to say that couldn't happen at some point in the future. We're already utilizing techniques where we have, wildlife corridors and other things that are helpful to the environment, looking at new and innovative ground covers, especially, as we look at embracing bifacial modules. There could be certain vegetation types like clover. And I like to use clover as an example because, clover has those little white flowers that also have a high degree of reflection. So as we implement things like bifacial modules, could we be using clover to increase the reflectivity of the ground to increase energy production? Not only would clover potentially help with reflectivity given the white flowers that bloom, but they're also pollinators. So clover would serve as a better reflector, a pollinator. And then the third item is that clover doesn't grow very tall. So it reduces the amount of mowing that you need to do on site. So it's certainly looking at new types of ground cover species is something that we're doing all the time. From a brownfield perspective, we don't have any announcements we can make right now, but we are actively looking at brownfield sites in the Commonwealth. Very exciting. As we're all aware, and we've talked about for a couple of days, those sites come with additional challenges, but it's something that we know we need to do. Very supported by the community. Looking forward to really getting those projects off the ground. With the 200 megawatt mandate that we have, we'll be looking at non-traditional brownfields as well. I'm sure you're going to see some carports that are going to be invested in. So really, it's going to be an all of the above approach on our brownfield development. Emil kicked off the seminar on Tuesday and mentioned for the first time since we've been doing an annual RFP, in 2021, we're going to request projects from developers that are brownfield. It's the first time we've done that. So it's very exciting. So all the developers out there, keep your eyes peeled for the RFP that we expect to issue next month. We'll be looking for your projects to acquire to really serve our customers. So very excited for all these activities. Look forward to what's more to come. And I agree, Dan, the future is certainly very bright.
A quick follow-up. So, DMME and our team, we've really been pushing this Brownfields thing, and we think 200 megawatts. Well, you're thrilled with it, but I think it's just the tip of the iceberg. What do you see with Dominion's commitment beyond those 200 megawatts? If opportunities are there, do you see Dominion seizing them and continuing to move forward, or just more meeting the mandate?
Absolutely. It is not by any means a ceiling. It is a minimum requirement. And as opportunities are brought to us, I expect that we will far exceed that minimum mandated megawatt threshold. Especially if these projects can be built and operated with cost parity, it's even more the reason to invest in sites like this. So I think that over time, you're going to see us far exceeding the 200 megawatts that's been identified in the VCEA.
And Daniel, I work with a lot, and he's sort of his new title. I kind of feel like he's the Brownfields coordinator of mine lands now. So I actually feel like I have a partner in Virginia in the Brownfields. And Daniel, can you you've got this expertise in mapping, and now you're doing this role. How do you see this coming together? And do you think that I'm right that we can far exceed the 200 megawatt minimum?
Oh yeah, I think there's no doubt that there's going to be enough sites that will be suitable. I think we look to kind of make those front and center as people are looking for sites, that we make sure that we can have a good inventory of sites for them to look at and go into more detail with. So that's something I'm looking at over the next year. Certainly is really pushing to get all the sites mapped out as much as we can, make them available to everyone, and share as much as we can about those sites. I think there's a lot of opportunities. We just have to, seize the day and take advantage and put those out there for everyone.
I agree. Nick, there was a question in the chat about DMME programs and funds as to who is eligible. You may have answered this. Who is eligible for those funds? Who are the grant recipients?
Yeah. Are they talking, if they're talking about the AML funds and the AML pilot funds, that's application basis. And I think it's actually open right now, the pilot funding program. So that's allocation. What's that?
I think that was probably the driver, but just in general, talk about a few of your programs and who's eligible.
Okay, so for the AML pilot funding, that's a yearly allocation of funds. And so that's really open to anybody that has a project idea or a project proposal to develop on abandoned mine lands. And so you end up working pretty closely with, I don't know, I'm guessing Daniel will still do this in his new role, but it's through our Department of Mine Land Reclamation. You work very closely with that department. They kind of help you take a look at the abandoned mine land that you're interested in, and they'll look at your proposal and see if it's a good fit. And again, that's open on a yearly application period basis. That we also have AML funds that are available year round. There's no application window for that. And that's to, remediate abandoned mine land features, restore, redevelop as well. And then, we'll have the Brownfields program funding that will be coming on board here. It becomes effective in July. The funding will follow shortly, and that'll be capped, I think, at $35 million per year with a specific carve out of, don't quote me, I think it's $20 million for previously impacted lands. So that's going to be available to develop for folks, that funding program, and the details and how that's going to work out are going to be kind of established here between now and when it goes into effect in July. And then DMME will also manage that program as well.
Good one. Anybody else have any good burning questions they're desiring to answer here? I'm kind of looking through the list.
We had some really interesting questions come up throughout the conference that haven't quite been addressed yet around soil health and what happens when you lose that topsoil with respect to things like acidity and kind of bringing back that soil health, whether it's, preserving the topsoil layer and bringing it back, or reducing compaction throughout the construction process. And also, just kind of addressing the acidity in the soil. So I don't know if we have any of our soil health experts on the call, maybe, or we can have that followed up in the knowledge binder afterwards. So anyone want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we don't have any of our Greenfield folks that carried over. Maybe we sold the hardcore Brownfield angle too much, but thank you, Carrie, because every question will be shared in the knowledge binder, and all of our experts are going to take the weekend and maybe Monday to answer in written format too. So we will pick that up, and hopefully that answer will be available in the knowledge binder next week.
All right.
I've got one for Chris and Charlie. So, if somebody brings you a site and they've been through the Brownfield program, they got some assessment money, they've done their environmental due diligence, they've got phase 1, phase 2, went and got a comfort letter from DEQ. They know the environmental problems, they know what's there. How much easier does it take, one, to get the legal deals done, and two, to insure a site when there needs to be insurance provided on the site?
Charlie, you go first, and then I'll follow.
I'm on here. I hate to do this, but can this really is a lead into one of my slides I wanted to do. Can I do a slide share?
If you can do slides while you talk, go ahead. If not, Chris will get your time.
So basically, Charlie, I'll be fast. Basically, you have the phase 1, you have the 2, you have the redevelopment agreement or the development plan. We need to understand what the extent of the dig and haul plant risk is, right? If there's going to be any, because that could be important, especially on a cap site. If you're going to use pilings, for example, instead of other forms of foundations and footings, and we're going to pierce the cap, what exactly does that mean, right? And then more importantly, whoever's piercing the cap from a third-party contractor perspective, what coverage do they have just in case something goes really wrong? And then we just want to make sure that the plan that we have today is the plan that will be developed tomorrow, right? And the fundamental question I ask all my clients, how would you act in the absence of insurance? If you can answer that question, you become the ideal insurance candidate. If you can't, good luck.
And just a little quick follow-up on that. In our world, we do a lot of stuff in Northern Virginia, big dig and haul type redevelopment sites. And our comfort letter really talks about appropriate care.
Yeah.
And we started, because of the problems, we recommend that they put together a soil management plan just to help some of the things. And if they have that, it seems like it would really feed into your world with a higher understanding.
That's a good point. They bring up a very good point. A lot of times, like in New Jersey, everybody hires a soil broker to bring in fill or get rid of excess fill. But oftentimes clients don't realize that there's a significant limitation of liability in those terms and conditions, which is usually equal to the scope of work, right? The problem is that the liability of the soil owner transcends the entire supply chain. So while the soil broker or the soil intermediary may have a limitation of liability, that's not necessarily going to fly once you get beyond that soil broker. It gets a little bit dicey. So I do a lot of supply chain work too, and just I could talk about supply chain for days.
The whole world of clean fill, especially in the Northeast, where it's narrow. Each state has its own definition of clean fill that can apply. It's complicated. So let me do this really quickly. And I saw this question come up yesterday in the comments. We didn't get to it. So part of the answer, and this will go potentially to how much Chris will charge, or one of his insurance companies will charge, depends on if it's a brownfield that in fact is under some government review or control. Whose jurisdiction is it? So I just want to quickly spin through this. Federal or state? So in the world of environmental law, you've got some sort of, the overall universe of potential Superfund sites. That's what's down in the lower left-hand corner. This is things under federal control. Subset of those are removal sites, and then finally you've got NPL sites. So that's the world of circling. And EPA has sort of exclusive control over those sites. You have to knock on its door if you want to get a comfort letter or if you want to somehow resolve your liability. Similarly, there's a world of RCRA, another federal program, permit closure and RCRA corrective action. You've heard that talked about. There's also underground storage tanks, which, although that's a federal program, you're about to see that in fact is part of the state world. Finally, there's TSCA and the Safe Drinking Water Act. So this is the world, apart from RCRA LUS, of federal control. Overarching this, touching them at the moment for this slide, outside of it, is the world of EPA brownfields. So when EPA talks about the brownfields program, they're talking about a specific definition that excludes all those other federal sites. Generally, if you have a brownfield site that's outside of those sites of federal interest, and it's going through a state cleanup program, you have a safe harbor. You don't need to worry about the feds. There's some exceptions to the bargains, but that's basically true. And what I'm here to tell you is that notwithstanding that fact, there's two pathways. This is in the weeds. I won't go into specifics, where even if it's a site that in fact does touch some of these other federal programs, you can still deal with it as a brownfield, get brownfield grant funding, and get brownfield exemptions from federal liability. So, and then finally, there's a way to in fact actually bring Superfund sites into the fold. Take home point is this: you can, if you have a choice between a site that's in the federal world and the state world, chances are it's going to be less complicated to deal with a site that's in the federal world. But the upside, the opportunities at a Superfund site could be really huge. And I just commend to folks a recent webinar put on by EPA's Clue-In folks within the last 2 weeks, CLU-IN, on Superfund redevelopment initiative and opportunity zones. And they touched on energy. I'll stop there.
Good. And Meade, is Meade on? Are you here, Meade? So Meade can tell you a little bit. In Virginia, we do have a really strong voluntary remediation program, which can take on and shield you from some government liability, like Charlie mentioned. Meade, you want to weigh in real quickly on that?
Yeah, real quick. This is the voluntary remediation in 1995. With our regulations in 97. In 2002, we incorporated the Brownfield statutes into Virginia's law as it was done on the federal level. At that same time, we developed an MOA with the EPA that if you complete an assessment of a site and the cleanup through Virginia's VRP, you get enforcement immunity under Virginia law, but also under the federal law with our MOA. And, you know, it's not a big deal for some of these small dry cleaners, but you get some of these removal action sites or these large factory sites that becomes very important to the lenders and the lawyers. So that's a way to remove any possibility of the feds coming back.
Yeah, in Virginia, we have a really strong relationship with our Region 3 folks. And that MOA is honored and really a good tool to help us allow people to walk into the voluntary program, where sometimes it's much easier to get things done and get people feeling comfortable. Lenders really like that program. They like our comfort letters. On the federal side, you get protections by law. In Virginia, you get them by law, and we'll also help write a comfort letter to hand out to folks to make deals happen. So.
Yeah, Vince, I really want to emphasize that point. It's the immunity, the safety from federal liability is not just a function of the MOA. It's actually written into the Superfund statute in section 128. So it's really pretty strong for a site that is enrolled in a state VCP such as Virginia's.
I have a question that is a little bit of a change of pace for this panel, but kind of draws upon some earlier conversations around environmental justice and energy equity and, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, I don't know if a lot of you were involved or sitting in on the presentation from the Virginia Natural Resources Leadership Institute work group that they talked about, you know, trauma-informed decision-making and the need for community engagement. And we all of a sudden just got really white and really male and very technical. Yep. And I just kind of want to, you know, release that sort of tension that might be felt in the conference as we've sort of gotten into this much more technical space, and ask each of you from your organizations. You know, I know, like, for example, DEQ has an environmental justice director that they're in the process of hiring, and has done a lot of work around environmental justice over the past year or more. And I know, you know, Dominion, I'm sure, has lots of plans and environmental justice considerations. So I thought I would open it up for just kind of an open dialogue around how can we make sure that this industry as a whole is diverse and inclusive, and what each of you are doing in your organizations.
Well, I know, you know, I actually, DEQ in the Brownfields program, we've been at the EJ thing for a long time. Anybody that's worked in Brownfields, we really take that part of our job serious, and DEQ has always been marketing to, engaging with historically disadvantaged communities across the Commonwealth. It's really just been, since Meade took over the program many years ago, built into the fabric of what we do in the Brownfields program. Recently, obviously, our agency stepped it up. The state of Virginia has stepped that up. You know, we at these conferences, we sometimes end up with, you know, white male panels. That's just a fact of the people in the industry. We've had a really diverse group of speakers at this panel, at this session. So I've been really proud of this whole conference for that. But I think it really is good to see that, because it brings to the forefront, we still need more diversity in our field of work. And it's not just a problem that's fixed overnight by some laws and legislation. It has to be something you work at and something we continue to work at and build on. And I'm sure our agency's committed to it, and the other state agencies. But I would toss it to anybody else in their organization.
You know, from an NFP perspective, we're taking a really big and strong look at diversity and inclusion, because, Carrie, you're right. The old white guys have been making decisions for far too long, right? And it's problematic on a couple of different fronts, right? The first is we need to do a better job of recruiting from the inner city and getting more people involved in insurance. I mean, I could talk about insurance to anyone, right? Anybody wants to listen. But more importantly, we need to develop a bench in the insurance business, right? Because far too long, you know, the larger brokers of the world have been recruiting from the larger and the best, most prominent schools and the right bloodlines. Well, in case anybody was wondering, Alvigi's not exactly from that right bloodline. You know, I'm second generation American. My grandparents came over from Sicily. I grew up in Newark. My parents were dirt poor. And lo and behold, 2 generations later, we're no longer dirt poor. But I do think that the world needs to change, and we need to recognize what exactly is going on around us. There's a lot of bright people in there. Getting them engaged and keeping them interested. I haven't really figured that out yet, but I'm welcome to suggestions.
Let me throw something in. So I think I mentioned, I'm actually on this EPA. I'm an old white guy, in case you can't tell. I'm on the EPA EJ work group that is finalizing, along Dan Frank is also on this work group, is finalizing a report on how EPA can do a better job in the Superfund Curricular Corrective Action Program of reaching out to communities. And my personal aha moment came in the context of some of the community visits we did actually up in Philadelphia. There was a field trip to Philadelphia. We went to a Superfund site in Southwest Philadelphia. And, you know, it wasn't exclusively old white guys from EPA, but there was too many white guys from EPA. and there was, and I was from this task force, and it was all of color in the community. That fact was a barrier, a problem that made it harder for us, and we got over it, I think. And we had a good dialogue, and I and I think others took stuff away from it. But as long as the racial divide, beginning with skin color, is so stark as we work on these projects, it's going to be an issue. And I need to push myself. We all need to push ourselves. Period.
Carrie, a couple of things. We work hard at this. A majority of our employees are women, and all of our interns, and we like it that way. They're better in terms of working hard and so forth. But the environmental justice aspect of your question is one that we struggle with. Many of the brownfield sites that we work on, by virtue of the fact that they're brownfields, are in LMI communities. And the regulations or the media articles are often about, it's not right to put this power plant that you couldn't put anyplace else into an LMI community. We think we're doing a service to the community because we're taking an old crappy brownfield and repurposing it. And I'm not sure that we're the right people to portray that message, but I've always struggled with the question of how to deal with environmental justice issues on brownfields, because the alternative is let them sit there. And they have assets, and we're not impacting the community negatively, and we hope we're impacting the community positively. So it's a conversation that we think needs to be had, but I'm not sure it's just because we're old white guys, but it's just difficult to sort of portray the new reality of brownfield solar in an LMI community, and how do you best portray the assets.
Yeah, that's a great point, Paul. And I'll give a shout out to my, sorry, getting a little echo. Shout out to my cousin, Connie Ashbrook, who is the founder and former CEO of Oregon Tradeswomen, Inc. And they were a recipient of some EPA Brownfields grants and have done a really great job out in Oregon. Some of you all may know Oregon Tradeswomen and Connie. She's worked with a number of presidential administrations to, kind of help with workforce development and policy and brownfields development. And they, kind of bring that intersectionality into their work in terms of creating that pipeline of women in the trades and having opportunities of brownfields restoration sites as training projects for, diversifying the trades. And it's a really cool project and organization. If you all check it out, it's OregonTradeswomen.net, I think is their website. But anyway, I'm just proud of her and her work. She's now retired. Started that organization after being an elevator tradeswoman back in the 80s. So anyway, it's something that I think, we're all being challenged by, especially in Virginia, as there are new mandates coming forward. DMME will be tracking this in terms of how do we engage historically, economically disadvantaged communities. That includes both low income and communities of color. And sort of on that front, the Environmental Justice Council is a really great group for those of you who are not familiar, to really check it out and participate as you can. And one of the things that I hear coming up from some of the folks that are on that committee is, how do we create language that is inclusive to, minimize the number of acronyms or other things that makes it accessible? And I think that's a really great feature of this conference. We're able to kind of share best practices and knowledge and make it, inviting for folks. So anyway, enough about that. I think Charles had something to say.
Yeah, I want to get Chad Farrell in too. I saw you trying to jump in, Chad, and I know you. If people missed his presentation, make sure you wind the stream back, because you've been doing a lot of this kind of work, and I know that you think really big too and holistically about the whole planet. So.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thanks, Carrie. So yeah, just a few comments on the JDEI aspect of our work. I think there are going to be some silver linings coming out of this COVID crisis, and I think one of them is this shift toward greater acceptance of remote work. So what that's done for us in terms of our diversity on our team has allowed us, and we're based in Burlington, Vermont. Vermont is, if it's not the whitest state in the union, it might be second, but it's up there, certainly in the Northeast. So, but we've been able to hire, really strong candidates to work on our team from other locations beyond Vermont. So that's been fantastic. One other thing I think that we've done that's been really helpful is we signed what was called the Gender Avenger Pledge a few years ago. And in doing so, we cannot sit on a panel that doesn't include at least one woman. And, I think as folks are realizing, that can sometimes be a challenge in this field. And the other thing that we've done is, we're a benefit corporation, we're a B Corp, and we've worked with the good folks at B Lab to really help us encourage greater diversity in our position descriptions as we're looking to hire folks. So, just the language that we had in our position descriptions, our job openings, wasn't really encouraging the diversity that we want. And we've activated on all of those issues. And, now we're more than 50% women. We've a few people of color on the team, and that diversity, and our investors are really pushing us to move in this direction because they understand the bottom line benefits of having a more diverse team. So it's been really exciting. So thanks for the opportunity to share those thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys, previous comments were kind of going where I wanted to go with respect to our human resources, the workforce and job thing, which is a pet project of mine. But I wanted to just jump in on this, on EJ and kind of how I approach it. And Charlie, I've enjoyed working with you, on specific EJ adventures. And it's one of the reasons we weren't a B Corp at BL, one of my last ventures, but we tilted our entire model towards, basically providing free services. And our first RFP that we ever posted was Little Howardville, Missouri, which had won an EPA Brownfield grant, $200,000, but they couldn't find anybody to come in and spend them. They couldn't spend their money. They put out an RFP 3 or 4 times, no one would come. And they were our first one, and we got them 7 bids in 30 days. So that was kind of awesome stuff. And then just on a personal note for me, a lot of people don't know this, but I'm part Cherokee Indian, Waya Oaha Liata, and I'm mostly Irish, but we do what we can. And when you hear me talk about 400 or 500 years of industrial revolution, there's a deeper legacy here. And I could go all the way back and talk about, the ancient Sumerians inventing irrigation, but trapping salt behind the dikes. And that's how we turned the Fertile Crescent into the world's first, largest brownfield. And they were eventually conquered by the neighbors. They weakened themselves. Too many people with not enough mouths to feed. So anyway, I think I'm really thinking big about this stuff, and I really mean it when I say that I believe that the Renaissance has come. We actually have the tools now to hit all these things at the same time. It's like amazing, but it's all the details that we've been discussing for 3 days. And each one of you and your expertises, we really all have to focus together. It's a unique challenge, but man, I feel good about it. Can anybody else help me feel good? And then talk to me about how we include more people in this. We need more nerds. We need more bodies. We have capital. The world's drowning in cash. Despite the pandemic, we can match all that up. The market can work, but not if we don't have the people.
So 2 things. One, just sort of a thought to put out there, and I'm still looking to really prove this up, but one of the issues in inner city, especially Northeast US, redevelopment is gentrification. Okay, as yuppies move around, as people move in, people get displaced if they're renters, if they're on fixed income. So it seemed to me that brownfield redevelopment generally, including the sub piece, which is renewable energy projects, especially that are closer to cities, has the chance to avoid that because the typical brownfield isn't today occupied by those single renters. On the other hand, if it's successful, it could raise the tide and raise prices. Pivot to what Dan just said. Keep an eye out for what is in the existing and maybe soon to come COVID relief and infrastructure packages at the federal level. So in the slides that I'll be sharing as part of my wrap up that I will not be showing now, but that are in there, is a quick sort of big picture view of some of the energy related money that's there, how money for LMI and for EJ impacted communities generally, and specifically, I think potentially in the context of energy, is part of that. There's going to be a chance over the next 18 months for, the money's flowing now, a lot of money. There was 500 pages in the December COVID relief law that was passed that's devoted to energy alone, 500 pages. So there's stuff there to look at. And my big recommendation to the folks who are economic development people or cities who are listening to this is to come up with a plan now. In the perfect world, you would have done it a month ago, but come up with a plan now that's based on what your community needs in terms of energy, in terms of equity, and in terms of redevelopment generally, to take advantage of the sluice-scape that really is coming.
Yeah, I think we could have added a whole fourth day on this topic in general, and really had some more great discussion. I do want to get to a few more questions I'm seeing here, and I love magic wand questions where you get to be, kingmaker, or whatever you want to say. But it says, if you had a magic wand, what federal policy change could be implemented, federal or state, I would say, to make mine lands, brownfields across the U.S. equally and more cost competitive than developing solar on farms or other greenfields, incentives, regulatory mechanisms, etc. Anybody want to take a shot at that one with the magic wand?
It's funny. I was asked the exact same question by the mayor of Houston the other day. And I didn't have a great answer, but the two things I would say is there's 51 different energy policies across the U.S. It would be great if the 10 cents a watt type of subsidy that Virginia just enacted was available nationwide, so we didn't have to figure out, okay, is this project in North Carolina or Virginia, or is it in, the next state over and so forth. That would be outstanding. The other thing, frankly, is a national standard for renewable energy. As I say, Virginia's just come up with some great policies, but it's Virginia, and then we got to figure out the same in Ohio. When we saw the presentation by Dominion the other day about Virginia's going to require that a certain percentage or all of its renewable energy be generated in Virginia, that's going to do tremendously weird things to the value of renewable energy credit throughout the entire region. Because currently, all of the renewable energy credits generated in Virginia are being sold to Ohio or some other state. And since they're already sold out there, we can't figure out what that means as far as interstate trading and all this. So the biggest thing we would love is uniformity between every state so that we can figure out, okay, there's not a whole lot of difference between a great site in West Virginia versus Virginia. And so, we'll just pick the best site in terms of development.
Anybody else want to take the wand?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to go right to the federal renewable energy standard. There is some discussion on that front, which is tremendous. But any kind of incentivization that we can have, again, I think these are the kinds of projects that the general public wants to see more so than greenfield projects. And we just need to make it, we need to level the playing field. So to the degree, incentives can be brought to the table, that's huge. And I agree with Paul, it's really challenging working in 51 or 52 different solar markets. So to be able to have some consistent standards across the board would be tremendously helpful.
For the diehards that are still with us, feel free to wave the wand in the chat and tell what your ideas are on it. And maybe Todd, I think Todd's going to go.
Yeah, Vince, I was just going to add maybe one more comment to that discussion. In Virginia, as part of the Virginia Clean Economy Act, there's a separate non-compliance kind of payment that applies to projects 1 megawatt and less, which is $75 a megawatt hour. And those for more utility scale, which is a $45 a megawatt hour. And it kind of salutes the fact that the smaller projects are more expensive to build. There's a higher kind of non-compliance element that's been put in the law. If that same kind of theory were to be applied to brownfield, it would certainly provide a boost kind of in the economics when you talk about the RECs that are generated from brownfield sites. If there were a kind of a separate market for brownfield, like there is for the 1 megawatt and less, you would see, I think, you'd go a long way toward getting parity between brownfield and greenfield sites.
Thanks,
I'm
Todd.
still dreaming, Todd. I'm still dreaming about it.
Let me ask you a quick follow-up, Todd, that we had in the queue. How does, I mean, definitions vary, but what is Dominion's definition of utility scale? Can you give us that quick answer?
Yeah, in general, it's 5 megawatts and greater is kind of where we've landed. A lot of what my team is developing is connected at transmission voltage, which is typically projects that are greater than about 20 megawatts. But really anything above 5 megawatts, I would consider to be utility scale.
Awesome. Can we do I've got some more TikTok. Let's go rapid fire. Maybe we'll chop out a small portion of this segment. Can somebody jump in and tell us how many megawatts per acre we can expect? And is there a difference between, say, just developing 5 acres, or can you sneak in a few more megawatts if you do 20 acres or 50 acres? Anyone?
4 acres per megawatt.
How many?
4.
Yep.
4
acres. I was going to do 4 to 6, but yeah.
It depends on the slope, and it depends on the wetlands, and it depends on stuff. But as you walk into a site, you know nothing about it, assume 4.
4 megawatts. Okay, and then can we stick on our
4 acres per megawatt, not 4 megawatts.
Sorry, 4 acres per megawatt. Thank you. It is 3 days. I haven't switched to wine yet, I promise. But can we stick on just some of our numbers, and can we give cost estimates? So per acre, what's kind of a greenfield cost per megawatt, or however you want to slice it up. Give us cost, greenfield versus brownfield, and then what are some of the high costs we might expect on the more complicated mine land or Superfund sites?
Paul has to be the ringer for that one.
Yeah, I'm really upset for that. The cost of construction is, for a utility scale project, is hovering somewhere about $1 per watt, or $1 million a megawatt, as a round number. The adder for a landfill kind of project is maybe 5 cents out of that dollar. So add a little bit if you're going to be doing a different kind of foundation. There are projects which are considerably more expensive depending upon site conditions and that kind of thing. Down in North Carolina, there were some projects, and now with panel prices dropping, I've seen some quotes below 90 cents a watt for a really efficient large size project. So it's somewhere in that range.
Okay.
And on the insurance side,
yeah, please.
On the insurance side, you're probably looking at a 5 to 7% of the hard cost value as a reasonable insurance budget.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
On the stats number, I've heard approximately 190 homes per megawatt. What is the number that you sort of use if people are asking that type of statistic?
I hate that number. I hate the illusion that there is a number. It is so totally dependent on where you are in the country. I really get irritated when anyone says this is the same as X number of houses. Others?
We typically say 250 homes are energized per megawatt at peak output.
Yeah, and up here in the Northeast, it's a little bit less. We have less of a solar gain. The production factors are a little bit lower. So yeah, it's about 200 homes per megawatt.
Awesome.
Average New England homes. Yep.
Thanks. And let me ask, and then maybe open it back up. But job creation numbers, what can we expect, in short term in the construction phase, and then over the long-term O&M life cycle of the project, what kind of job creation can we come to generally expect on these kinds of projects?
I will say, while people are thinking about that number, to also follow up with a question around revenue to the locality, because I think that's when you're talking utility scale solar, that's one of the biggest economic drivers. And so often people are so focused on the jobs numbers, which are very important. And there are a lot of jobs that, will be created through these projects. And the long-term economic value to the locality and the local community is often through that taxation number. So you also have to think about that.
Yeah, let's do both. Where are our experts? Weigh in, please.
for a 100-megawatt project, we typically say a temporary, jobs that are brought in 200 to 300 jobs during construction, but then 26 jobs or full-time equivalent roles that are direct or induced for a typical 100-megawatt project. And then to Carrie's point, I agree that the long-term revenue with the new revenue share option that localities have is something that certainly needs to be factored in. Great tool that DMME and UVA put together with Soul Tax. I've already had localities reach out to me with really positive things to say about the tool that they have.
I would agree with everything Todd said. We are being asked to set up job training programs before we start construction, so that some of the LMI communities we work in can benefit from being employed, and to put requirements that people are hired from those job creation program as part of the construction thing. The other thing, and goes back to I wish it was uniform across the US, is that there are property tax regulations that are, all over the place, but it's not unusual. We see $5,000 a megawatt per year of property taxes we have to pay to the county, the school district, the local community, and so forth. But the number could be from 0 to double that or triple that.
Yeah, if I could, I would just add, it's important to think about the different levels of job creation that this market is creating. So we got the primary, us in the solar industry and our contractors, but there's secondary and tertiary job creation benefits. This would be all of the, professional services that we need to design and develop the project, from engineering to legal to accounting. And then the tertiary jobs, which is sort of, okay, a project comes into your community, all of the restaurants and, in a non-COVID world, I guess it's still in a COVID world, the hospitality industry. So really, there's a multiplier effect. It's not just the primary jobs. You need to think about the secondary and the tertiary job creation potential.
Yeah. On that point, I've still been looking for sort of good analyses that get to the secondary and tertiary. And as someone who lives in Pennsylvania, which was sort of the ground center for the Marcellus Shale development, some very seemingly sophisticated, positive job impacts from the shale revolution were put out. It seemed a little creative, but it came up with a very big job number. I'd like to see that same kind of creativity in our world.
I'll plug that we're working on a statewide solar survey. I've mentioned this a couple of times, and we will be asking localities about those types of economic indicators that they're interested in when considering projects for approval, and those indirect, direct, and long-term revenue benefits. So more to come on the statewide solar survey.
Great. And I on the property tax front, this is something that we talk about a lot as well when we're working with the host communities that we're working in. This is completely found money for communities, right? When we pay property taxes as a result of one of our solar projects, it doesn't come along with the need to provide any additional municipal services to the community, within the community. We're not requiring, we don't need to bus kids to school. We don't need to pave roads to serve an infrastructure. So really it's the net is the gross when it comes to solar property taxes.
And here's the flip to that. And this is a story I've told before, but it really fits in. So at one point I was general counsel for a renewable energy developer. We were looking to had an option for an 80-acre site in New Jersey. New Jersey excludes the value of solar at the state level from local property taxes. I don't think that's been changed. So after we'd put the option on, unbeknownst to us, the township changed the zoning so that solar could only be in lands that were zoned industrial. So I was sent out there to try to convince the town, mothers and fathers in charge to sort of change it back. And I offered a pilot agreement, payment in lieu of taxes and the kind of stuff that is, sort of commonplace to conventional developers. Went down in flames. They had no interest. Afterwards, the mayor of the town came up to me and said, "Boy, we wish you'd come and talk to us first. We own an old landfill we would lease it to you for $1 a year. There's no reason to think there's any environmental problems, but it's a brownfield. That's where you should be looking, not on that farmer's field. And that's one of the big promises, especially for states that, in an effort to encourage renewable energy, have excluded that property from the tax rolls.
On a similar note, localities across Virginia have the option to exempt property taxes for rooftop solar for commercial and business owned or residential solar projects, but that's by ordinance by locality. We're also doing some analysis to see, I think there are about 30 localities across Virginia that have those types of ordinances on the books right now through either a full or a partial exemption. But it's those types of interesting tax structures and considerations that I think we're really looking for in terms of how do we want to incentivize this development on things like parking lots, rooftops, previously disturbed lands, et cetera. And then on the flip side, what's the tax structure for the greenfield sites and others? But I think a lot of localities can take advantage of those property tax exemption opportunities to encourage more rooftop solar so that we can really activate that market even further. People are a little surprised when they live in a locality that is not have one of those on the books, and their property tax bill may go up after they've installed solar on their rooftop. So we don't want it to be a surprise either.
Let me give a shout out to an effort, a website that is called it's Model State, Federal, and Local Ordinances in Support of Decarbonization Generally. It's part of the Legal Pathways to Deep Decarbonization Project. It's included in my materials, put together by the Savion Institute at Columbia Law School. And it's model ordinances that towns can adopt across the country to at least give certainty to this issue. And, in a sense, great in Virginia, the community can make the choice. Do you want to incentivize or not? Do you want to forego that tax payment or not?
Yeah, and I'll plug all of EPA's Brownfield conferences and webinars. Charlie, you mentioned Clue In. We dropped that in the chat. Sounds like they're going to reboot they call it, Brownfields 2021 or Brownfields 2022, but it's technically the National Brownfields Training Conference. And it's all for communities, municipalities, Brownfield grant eligible folks, nonprofits now. You can go there for a deep dive extravaganza, just like we've had for 3 days, but all the know-how and how-tos for brownfield development and all the related programs, which people are constantly surprised just how much resources are already out there. And it's more about marketing, making people aware, which is why I'm so glad we're talking about that. And I kind of want to throw it to DMME and also DEQ to get to one of our questions about policy with HB 1925 on the governor's desk and what it will mean. Speaking of brownfields, brand new grant program, kind of obviously a lot of implementing details. There's some pretty good detail in the legislation itself, of course, and I don't want to jump the gun, but we have this question here, and I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to weigh in at your level there in the agency. Like, how are you guys thinking about making HB 1925 real if it becomes law, which it looks like the governor's going to sign it?
Well, DMME, it's your baby now, so I'm happy to help.
Yeah, I wish our policy director, Mike Skiffington, were here, but I think the first piece is to ensure that we get those federal dollars to activate the state dollars. So, maybe it'll be navigating the federal landscape for a little while, making sure that we are taking advantage of whatever is out there, or, understanding what that requirement looks like. But I'll open it up to Nick and Daniel to see if you all have things that you all have been looking into regarding that fund.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, Carrie. There was no state funding identified. We have to get the funding in place, but there's assurances in place that that's going to happen. So we're just going to have to wait and see. And then after that, I'd say the next biggest hurdle for us is if we're going to be managing that program, we're going to have to establish a process in terms of application, review, contract award, funding disbursements. It's going to take a pretty big lift. Thankfully, we kind of do that with a lot of our different programs. So we have, a bunch of smart folks that already have those processes and have worked with them. But really working through the internal process of how are we going to manage that money, getting it released to DMME is, whatever federal funds is, that can be a hurdle. And then getting it released to us, the next hurdle is getting the governor's office to approve it, and then it comes to us, and then we have to account for it. And so that will take some time. So that's going to be another hurdle. And, Daniel deals a lot with the application process for our AML pilot program and projects. I think it'll be probably pretty similar to that. And, everyone across all of DMME divisions will probably be pulled into it. But I don't know if Daniel wants to add anything.
Yeah, a couple of things. Vince, Brownfield's program is going to have a role in this. So that assistance is going to be critical for us to be able to make it work. In DMME, a couple of our divisions are actually our largest division of mine land reclamation. On the active mining side, it's a 50-50 match federal dollars for that program, and the abandoned mine land program is a 100% federally funded program. So if it worked along those same lines, we've got processes in place to be able to handle the funding. But yeah, there's a lot of minutia, a lot of details and things to be worked out to make that program successful. I think that it will be. I think there's good opportunities, but we just need to get the money first. So.
I guess it is good that, we do have experience with the Virginia Brownfields Assistance Fund, Meade much more than I do even, but, we've seen, you do have to put together there's a mandate to put together a guidebook that will happen over the next year with DMME in the lead, DEQ consulting on it. And our role will continue to be consulting with DMME on these projects, providing technical support as the Brownfields experts do. But we're going to have to put together the shell of how it works and how the grant stuff works. It's fortunate DMME has been pretty good at handing out money over the last few years with the AML pilot. That shouldn't be a big challenge. Carrie alluded to the biggest challenge is how long will it take for this not to just be an unfunded program? Is that a year, 2 years, 10 years? Hopefully not the latter. I think with the momentum going in Virginia, I would see this become a priority to fund now that it's been created. But I could be wrong. I'm not, at that Skiffington level. I think it was interesting that this was talked about a lot before the bill became law, and it took 2 years to really make it, get to where it's at and get to the governor's desk. And I think our Skiffington and your Skiffington, we're talking who should be the lead and where this program should go. And I think it landed DMME won or lost. I'm not sure which way you look at it, but I look at this as a positive no matter who's managing it. And I know people on this call may not be the ultimate ones doing all the work, but I think we could, and I think we will help in any way we can.
Yeah, and I'll say I think across the board for both of our agencies, I think we're going to be looking at those environmental justice issues and the intersectionality between communities of color, low-income communities, and environmental justice communities that have been historically impacted by fossil fuel infrastructure. And really, we see the similar conversation at the, Department of Housing and Community Development with their RGGI funds and the energy efficiency programs that they're standing up with those new dollars coming in, and really trying to, make sure that we're pulling all of those priorities together and developing, matrices, if you will, or guidance, or data collection to make sure that we can, report on the success of those programs as well. Hopefully all of the above, but those are all sort of initial, theories right now. And we really need to bring that down into action and put the money into those communities and those decisions into those communities so that there's real empowerment and opportunity creation at the local level.
Real quick, Meade, you were around when they wrote the guidelines for the VBAF program and have been really involved with that. You know how that all kind of transpired and the priorities were set and that sort of thing for that grant program?
Yeah, we made it up. We looked at some of the other states that had Brownfields grant funds and, went through it and tried to pick issues that had different communities and had, concerns, economic development, zoning, kind of all the things that come with distressed property, distressed communities. And I think it's worked pretty well so far. I mean, I'm sorry to miss a little bit. I had a real important call come in. And so, that's a little bit of the background. I don't know if you think it's working well or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a good program since I've been involved over the last 5 or 6 years. But, I was kind of mentioning it is I think DMME has a great chance to have a white sheet of paper and they get to take a mandate that has very little details and make it fit the goals of the Commonwealth, the goals of DMME, and make it the best program you can make it. So it's a blessing and a curse to have a little bit of guidance and not a lot, because you get to actually form what this program is going to look like.
Yeah, and again, just a shout out to Appalachian Voices and the other folks that were real leaders on that bill and making sure that it got passed. And of course, the delegates and senators that voted for it.
Well, it was closely modeled after the Brownfields bill. And so that's, take it for what it is.
Yeah, actually, when App Voices brought it, and they brought it to DMME and the solar work group, and I think there was discussions, with DMME and DMME DEQ, they were going to propose that 2 years ago, and we had discussions that, well, there already is a Brownfields program, and how do we want to tackle that? Do we just want to re-energize that with some more funding? And 2 years ago, it wasn't that it got, it didn't get referred. They ran out of time to discuss it 2 years ago. And so it was tabled. It was just in no man's land. If it doesn't get discussed during a session, then it essentially just dies. It's not, declined or anything. It just dies and lives in limbo. And so this year, Senator Kilgore was, very outspoken and a proponent of it, and was instrumental, like Carrie said, in getting that pushed through. So we're excited about it, but like you guys, we're waiting to see what it's going to look like.
Yeah, a lot of bills, I mean, they take a whack or two or three. It's very seldom that a bill goes through, quite often. The first year around, Brownfields was an exception. It was a big national push in 2002. But the bills that built up to Brownfields took a number of years before that. Sometimes politics enters it, surprise, surprise, as to, fixes and changes. And I know that we tried to fix some of the Brownfields funding issues a few years ago, and we did fix some, and something got left out, unfortunately. And when we tried to get the fixes in, one of the parties went, "You ain't changing nothing." And it wasn't us. It was really, up at much higher levels. But even though everybody had been accepting of the changes that came, suddenly one more change was way too much.
The beauty of Brownfields is, whether you're looking at a strip bench in Southwest Virginia or a suburban abandoned strip mall in Chesterfield County where I sit, it's you know, everybody has them. And so we've seen a lot of political will get behind Brownfields type policy. And that's why I keep the faith that this will get funded. And whether it's federal, state, or both, I think there'll be support eventually for it. My glass is half full on this topic.
I share your optimism, and yeah, I talked to a lot of people, and you know, I think for lots of different reasons, we've turned a big page in this infrastructure conversation. I've been involved with it for many years, ever since I got out of school, the Infrastructure Week. But I really think it's going to happen this time. Hashtag Biden structure. You know, we've got Deb Haaland at Interior Secretary. You know, Governor Northam in Virginia. Everything is there. And like I said earlier, there's a wash of capital across the world. And if you're listening to Bloomberg Radio in the morning, shout out Tom Keene, there's not enough debt in the world apparently. So if we issue bonds, they'll be bought. Like, it's just, what else do we need but the will to act?
Well, you know, the Brownfields, I mean, the Mine Brownfields Fund just needs to get some money in it. And the problem we saw with the Brownfields Fund, VBAF, is that it was created and not funded for 10 years, and everybody had pretty much forgotten it. And there was a lot of lessons learned in those 10 years that we could have fixed, and we're still trying to, but we don't have an advocate. But anyway, Virginia First Cities was able to get $500,000 put in it. And we moved through that, and several people, particularly on the R team, said, no, no, no. And one of the people that's on the R team right now, last time I checked, had about $1.2 million invested, probably more by this point, probably close to 20% was in their district and adjacent to it. So, and that particular person is a real advocate for the fund now. So it really just takes a little bit of money, get some projects done in key people's districts, and you'll see some changes.
Yeah, and one of the flaws of the fund, the Brownfields Fund, was that the matching requirement was a 1-to-1 match. And that made it more difficult sometimes for smaller communities who are the eligible entities, the local government for that fund, to get access to those grants, to come up with that extra matching funds.
Yeah, that's what we tried to fix and got killed a few years ago. It was set at, we tried to set it back at a 4-to-1. So the local government would only have to come up with a 25% match. And everybody thought it was a great idea. It just got left out of the final changes, and then bingo, nope, not going to happen. And unfortunately, it's never gotten momentum again since then.
I think that's one of the elements you're going to be seeing in the rollout of some of the federal infrastructure bill, and it may even be baked into what was just passed, which is not infrastructure so much as employment grants that can be used for schools. But that piece of the max requirement, I hear multiple people saying, is one of the things that they could see it being lowered.
Carrie, were you trying to jump in there?
Oh, I was gonna try to find the right time to sort of segue and bring in some of our private sector experts here. Maybe on the insurance side from Chris, and also Todd, you know, in terms of like moving into this world of innovation, which is equivalent to risk, and kind of quelling those fears or concerns around taking on additional risk. And in this case, you know, innovations around bringing livestock on for grazing as an alternative for, you know, tractors on site, et cetera. And, you know, understanding that's kind of in pilot phases here and there, but maybe not quite at the level where, you know, someone like Todd at Dominion feels comfortable to, you know, roll it out across the board. What advice do you have from like an insurance perspective, or Todd, kind of on your side? Like, what are you looking for to kind of get past some of those barriers?
Yeah, from an insurance perspective, it's interesting because you got a couple of different risks in play, right? You had the solar development, power generation risk, and then you potentially have a product's liability risk from the livestock, right? And having the ability to bifurcate them and using counsel to draw up very cleverly crafted LLCs and insulate the entities from the liability is big. It just, really need to understand what the end is. The insurance is meant to complement the deal, not to complicate it, if you will, and just help us as the broker and the insurer try to understand what exactly your end is and how you're going to get there, right? You look at it from a micro view, but more importantly, you have to look at it from a macro view, because you can't really bifurcate risk or insulate it. It all kind of blends together. So I don't know if I answered your question. It's a very good question and a very difficult question to answer. But insurance evolves, and it emerges. And thankfully, it usually keeps up with the technology, but sometimes it falls a little bit behind. And the insurance people need a little bit of help from industry to get to where we need to be.
I'd say from our perspective, all these projects bring a lot of opportunity. We haven't even really scratched the surface on brownfield development in the Commonwealth. And with that is a tremendous opportunity for us to innovate, to think in new ways, to bring new industry to the Commonwealth. For example, we're looking at new types of racking systems. As we look at Southwest Virginia and looking at developing on formerly mined sites, a lot of those sites have very steep gradients. Some is flat, but not all of it. So we're looking at, are there technologies like Novatos, a company that is looking at all terrain rack systems. We're looking at new types of material that you can adhere modules to, much like we do on Landfill, applying that same technology to a mine site where you can't necessarily drive a post due to backfill material that's been put in that formerly mined site. An alternative balance and a more economic scenario for us. So, I think that as we look at developing these challenging sites, I think we'll find ways to innovate, and with that, bring new technology. With Virginia's mandate, there's going to be so much activity in this space as people are looking to place new manufacturing facilities for these new innovative technologies. I think the Commonwealth will be well positioned to bring those industries here.
Yeah, and I think that the Commonwealth could probably use the insurance as an inducement to bring potential manufacturing to the state or to the Commonwealth by providing some types of indemnification, environmental or otherwise, that could ultimately be transferred back to the insurance company.
And are there things that we need to be doing to make sure that negotiations with the locality and what is struck with the locality in terms of the conditional use permits that then is approved by the state, whether it's through DEQ's PBR program or the SCC's CPCN, and then if that project then gets sold, for example, from a developer to the utility, how does everything flow all the way through to the end to ensure that those citizens who were at the public hearing on day one at the locality have the type of site and product that they were promised at the local level on year 15 or 20, for example?
Todd?
Yeah, I think that if another developer, non-utility developer, is going to a locality, it's really important that when they issue the conditional use permit, that those conditions are very clear and understood. Because there have been situations where there have been promises made to a locality that are not part of the conditional use permit, that when a property transfers to the utility, if it's not documented and we're not aware of what those commitments may be, then they are lost. So it's important for localities to require, as part of their conditions, very clear understanding of what those will be. And it needs to be understood early on. It doesn't do anyone any help if a locality adds new conditions during the building permit process. A lot of these conditions that aren't reflected directly to a building permit get layered on at a step subsequent to the issuance of the CUP. It's hard for any developer or utility to go in and have these conditions be an afterthought. So it's really establishing conditions that are clear and concise, making your conditions of your solar ordinance very clear and concise so that developers understand early on what those requirements will be.
I'm working with a client on a site in a former landfill, 100-acre landfill down in South Jersey, Burlington County, that the client acquired through a redevelopment agreement. The borough has very strong opinions on insurance indemnity, so much so that they're mandating that my client purchase them and indemnify them for not only environmental, but premises liability risk, any risk generally insurable. To the extent it's not insurable, it's a balance sheet risk. But more importantly, the borough was very concerned about the client ultimately flipping the development post-CO and then flipping the policies. They wanted to make sure two things: that the coverage remained in place and that the borough didn't go bare ultimately down the road. So while you're able to structure conditional assignments so that the insurance couldn't be assigned without the borough approving such assignment. So it helps the developer, kind of handcuffs the developer a little bit, but more importantly, it helps the borough because they gave the land a very favorable consideration, and they're not going to be at a loss because of that.
Hey, I just want to emphasize something that Todd said. There are these different contractual relationships, right? And different permits. And on the issue, Carrie, that you brought out, will the promises made to the community be kept? That really, I think, fairly is a function of that conditional use permit. These other issues, the public necessity and whatever the permit issues are with relationship to DEP, environmental agency folks, that's not where the community is going to be protected directly in the way that you're talking about. So much of what I learned in this space was defending a conditional use permit in upstate New York. And a lot of work went into trying to achieve exactly what Todd just said: clarity. Sometimes you want ambiguity in a contract. This is an area where you don't want ambiguity, in my opinion.
Thanks, Charlie. Quick follow-up for you, and we're getting close to the time, so we're running out. Before I throw it around for kind of final thoughts from everyone, and then we do our big finale. You're closer to DC even than I am, Charlie. Can you give us a glimpse on potential ITC changes? What are you hearing? What's the latest gossip?
Yeah, and I saw that it was also in the chat link to opportunity zones. It's in flux, right? So the step down of the ITC began in 2015 as part of this grand bargain that was reached in Congress that removed the ban on export of crude oil. There was a strong push to get rid of those tax credits back then. Compromise was slow ramp down. And you saw the OEAs and SEAs, the big industry folks saying, we can live with that. The market, panels are getting cheap, turbines are getting cheap. Then you saw it extended by 2 years back in December. I'm not hearing so much, and I'm not at all an expert on this, I'm not hearing so much people looking to change the down ramp of the ITC or the PTC, which is primarily relevant to wind. What I am hearing is other tax movements, maybe extending or expanding opportunity zones. That I am hearing. And finally, I was going to mention this. Keep an eye on something that's in one of the bills called the Investing in Competitive Clean Energy Act. It's a proposal by folks who really are worth a shout out. The Council of Development Finance Agencies, they're listed on my resource page. They really follow these issues a lot, but it would be a proposal that would be basically modeled on opportunity zones, specifically aimed at clean energy infrastructure. And it would be basically supported by block grants that would go to states, and then states would have a role in allocating how those funds would be spent, either for direct expenditures or to go into green banks. Again, as part of a sort of an expanded OZ concept in the energy world. So keep an eye on that is my big recommendation. But bookmark CDFA, follow them. They just do terrific work.
Yeah, they're a great resource. And we did a OZ session last time, and I look forward to when we get back together in person, we can slow down a little bit more. We'll double up on deal making and legal like we did last time. We'll get in dedicated EJ and financing to the alternate world. The wrap session last time, actually, if you recall, was that kind of big capital availability view, like what's everything? It turned into, as you might imagine, quite a love fest. And we've had a very, very substantive one today, rich and dynamic dialogue. I'm so grateful to hear it and see it, and how kind of easy it is for us as the professional class to kick it around, because if it's frictionless for us, it's pretty soon frictionless for all. And when I listened to Jonathan Sweet earlier today, laying it all down so smooth, we've got really repeatable processes here. The work will be very light if we could put many hands to it. So before we wrap it all up, I just want to throw it around. Anybody who wants to jump in, 30 seconds or so, final thoughts, final hope or aspiration, or something to take away, or maybe a big next action bottleneck problem. Anything's okay. I'm going to start with our field upgraded co-host, Carrie Hearne.
Thank you, Dan. This has been an amazing conference. And I said earlier today, I hope next year we can be only in the field and, no PowerPoints, just field trips. So we can rent a big bus and take a site tour or a bunch of site tours. But quick note that in a recent law that passed, I don't know if it's been signed by the governor yet, but localities now have the option, there's now an option for local green banks in Virginia. And it's really important for anyone in the position of creating a green bank at the local level, whether you're a nonprofit or a locality or otherwise, to ramp that up as quickly as possible so you can have that fund established and receive those federal dollars that may be coming down the pike from the federal side. So there's you've got to have it in place to be able to receive those federal green bank dollars. We're going to be hosting, this is a little bit of a preview, we'll be hosting a green bank webinar with a bunch of partners in April. So just a teaser for that. And appreciate everyone's time and expertise during the conference.
Thanks, Carrie. Who can I pick on next? Chad.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for having me. This has been a fantastic experience. I love what I'm hearing regarding comfort letters and avenues towards lender liability protections. That's just going to be critical as the Commonwealth moves forward with this renewables on brownfields program. It's all about achieving the lowest cost of capital, and the lowest cost of capital means that we are controlling any and all risks possible associated with these projects. And a cooperative state regulatory regime that includes things like comfort letters is just huge. So great to hear that. Thanks again for having me.
Thanks, Chad. Keep up the good work. Mr. Flowers, how about a view from Dominion?
Appreciate the opportunity to participate in this, and Dominion Energy was very proud sponsor. Look forward to future efforts. To all the developers out there, keep your eyes open for the issuance of our RFP next month. Looking forward to reviewing all these proposals. Certainly exciting times in the Commonwealth, and glad to be a part of it.
Thanks, Todd. Hey, Tim, how about you? Got a takeaway for us, or
thought? Sure. A couple of things that we have found just from engineering side, and then also from a point of view of being able to do development on sites. For us, the key has always been communication between all the stakeholders. Early, often need to get everyone around the table, find out what everyone's needs, what everyone's wants, what everyone's fears are. That's number one. Just from a straight engineering and environmental point of view, it's important not to skimp on, proper investigation into the, environmental issues, and also from a geotechnical standpoint, make sure to gather enough information to, be able to provide to the engineers to be able to, design the proper types of foundations and things necessary, for for a successful application. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Tim. Keep up the good work. Mr. Howland, final thought?
Biggest one is that these Brightfields, these renewable energy projects on brownfields, are such a sweet spot. Has anyone had a conversation where once someone understood the basic premise, especially if they began life as a brownfield developer but scared by energy, or an energy developer scared of liability on the brownfield side? Once you sort of have the conversation, the eyes open up, and it's a really exciting time to be doing this stuff. This is by far and away my favorite part of my practice.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks for everything you've done to wrinkle down the super fund for us. It was quite a journey. And for your EJ work, we appreciate you plugging in at that level and helping us out, man. It takes hundreds of pages.
We need fewer old white guys.
Well, we try, but we need hundreds and hundreds of pages of details and footnotes, and thank you for that. And Mr. LVG, you don't need footnotes. You make it simple.
So thank you for having me. Always a pleasure. Just, nobody wakes up and says, wow, I can't wait to spend money on insurance, right? I mean, I think that's pretty clear. But let's be smart about what we're buying and know the true cost of what the insurance is and what it does, and more importantly, what it doesn't do. Be smart about it and just leverage. Don't be afraid of brownfields. We can lay off a lot of that risk to insurance community if properly packaged.
Thank you. And Mr. Curran, to you, with a long view on Brightfield redevelopment.
2 years ago when you asked me to come to Virginia and talk at the conference and everything, it was sort of what the heck? I got other things to do down there. Why not? Virginia was not in play, as we would say, in terms of solar at that time and so forth. It's just wonderful. Matter of fact, 6 months ago, I was telling one of our people, let's do a little bit more in Virginia now. It looks like it's going to break for us and so forth. And we were smart and did it. Virginia is very much a great place to be working on this field right now. The state is all in. The programs between Nick and Dan and so forth, when you ask for help, you get it. So, partially due to this kind of conference and so forth, I think it makes people aware of what you can do. And I agree completely with Charlie. This is a great space to be in right now.
Thank you. Daniel, Nick, I hate to tag team you guys, but you work so well together and it shows, and you were our stars last time. You came through again. Like, you're really out there doing it and handling this stake, making it sizzle for people, making it real. And now they know you're out there, but can you leave us with some final thoughts?
Well, I'll just say, in 2019, learned so much in 2019 at the last summit, and this one has just kind of blown me away. The things I've learned, and how all this can come together in really just a few years' time, and how much has changed. And I keep thinking about what's it going to look like next year or the year after, and all this stuff happening. But Dan, fantastic job. Enjoyed the summit, and everyone appreciate all their hard work.
Yeah, I'll echo that for Dan and Vince and Carrie and Kelsey and all the other behind the scenes folks for all the technical support and the planning. I know, we spent a lot of time with you all, so thank you. The content was awesome. 2 years ago when Daniel and I did it, people were like, wow, that's cool. That's a great idea. We want to do this. And now, this year there's like, yeah, we're doing that. We're doing it. So the landscape has definitely shifted. And that's good to see. And I'm encouraged, and I hope that we continue to grow and find new areas. Carrie, we talked a lot about energy equity, environmental justice. There's a lot more to do. So looking forward to what's going to be on the agenda for next year and coming years, because I think it'll keep changing.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, it's awesome. Just until a few minutes ago, we still had over 100 people combined on all of our channels still plugged into this after 3 days. And our unique views on day one already are over 900. So it's incredible to see, but I'll get excited here in a second. I want to go to Mr. Meade Anderson, another trailblazer, someone that I watched from afar before I got the opportunity and privilege to work with him. And I want to give him the opportunity to say some final thoughts.
Real quick, I've learned a whole lot today, last year, a couple of years ago. years ago when I started pushing some of this, it seemed simple, put panels on landfills, and I've learned it's not so simple. But, I think Virginia's come a long way, and it's just like an exponential curve over the last 2 years. So thank you.
And last but certainly not least, the Maiden family.
Well, the show stealer is here. But I guess I'll go all the way back 3 days ago when I said, I challenge everybody that's on this and listening, our diehards out there, think beyond the megawatt. Think how you would want your Lily, this future to be designed, because we're going to have a clean energy future. How do we design it when we think about the land we're going to use, the people we're going to impact, and how we change their lives? They're going to be here to enjoy what we do now for many, many years to come. And I just challenge people to think beyond the dollars, beyond how many megawatts you can place in a year, and really do it right. So.
Thanks, Vince. Super grateful for all that you do and all that you've done. And all of you guys, Nick, Daniel, Carrie, Meade, the expanded team, Carrie Staden behind the scenes, Kelsey, Nicole, Erica, people I'm forgetting. I want to give beautiful love to our terawatt sponsors who are really serious about this and supporting this, and everyone getting involved in this renaissance. BQ Energy, Monarch Vegetation Services, and Dominion Energy. They're committed and they're going forward. We're going to follow them and help them in this work. But Cardno 2, NFP, SunTribe, Ernst Seed, Sol UNESCO, Savion, Draper, Environmental Construction Services, Wetlands Energix Group, NCRE, Roundstone, Native Seeds. I can't mention them all. Our co-hosts, DMME, DEQ, Appalachian Voices, Northern West Virginia Brownfields Assistance Center, but a lot of beautiful love to the EPA Brownfields program and the Repowering America's Land Initiative, DOE. I mean, it's like the Grammys now, but it's so, I can't tell you guys what it means to me. I started with a personal anecdote. And I got even a little bit about my David Copperfield already. Some of my ancestors live in me. And I think about the world in terms of centuries. But even in more recent history, I was at BP before fracking. That's what I started talking out about. It was Mad Max Thunderdome. And so, I compromised my principles to try to drive the energy renaissance from within, but also Deepwater Horizon. I was there and I thought, not only were we on the road to Mad Max, but we had messed up the only thing that was left. It was like, did we just make Chernobyl out of the Gulf? And I can't tell you, I was sick to my stomach. And to see us now and shifting to superabundance. And not only that, but we can do environmental justice right and actually repair hundreds and hundreds of years of environmental misuse. It means absolutely everything to me. And it's so real. It's not a dream. That's why I get actually emotional. And so we're going to save everything if we do it right and we do the work, but we know how to do that now. And after 3 days, I'm more convinced than ever. And so before I actually shed tears, I'm going to let us go. I want to thank everybody. Stay tuned. The knowledge binders come and fill out your profiles by tomorrow night if you can. We'll take them overnight because our team is still dedicated. A lot of things are coming in post-production. The live stream is still going to be available on YouTube. We'll be chopping out videos all summer. And there's a lot of live updates. So there's RFPs that are dropping. You've heard about that. Stay tuned for our blog. Some of our great sponsors and content creators are going to be keeping the blog alive through the rest of the year. And of course, stay tuned for updates about 2022 because we'll be coming right back in person thanks to medical science. We haven't even talked about the medical renaissance. That's another conference somewhere else, but the nerd army is ever vigilant and you can't keep us down. So even if Elon, I hope Elon stays, bless Elon's heart, stay alive, Elon. We need you to keep innovating. But we have Mrs. Shotwell over there, who is the president of SpaceX and one of the most important people in the world. So it's boys and girls and everyone in between, and we're all in this together. We've got a great message to get out there for people. So we're going to be announcing the winners of the T-shirts. Virginia is for solar. I think we've demonstrated that case convincingly, and we're going to produce those materials literally and make the case in this incredible knowledge binder that's going to take a lot of the collective work product that you've seen and make it available to you on your hard drives as a reference material to use, to refer to track down all these people, these breadcrumbs, these policies, these programs in the work between now and until we convene again, and we'll do another big knowledge binder refresh with all the new innovations, and hopefully we'll have even more people plugged in, even more good news, more contacts, more professionals, and who knows what will be possible on our land, and especially the land that we have forgotten and the mistakes that we have made, as a civilization. But I believe if we do our job, if we maximize this moment, we're going to hop skip to maybe some Jetsons and then Star Trek. But that's my dream. I want to thank everyone again. The future is bright. In fact, it's now, we know for sure, in our hands. It's as bright as we build it. So thank you. This has been the 2021 Virginia Solar Summit. Stay tuned. And I hope everyone is following Virginia's lead because they're on the road to very, very incredible things in the short term. Everybody say goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
The future is bright. That's right. Live long and prosper, my friends. We'll see you soon.